Hey, hi, hello, and good afternoon. My name is Amanda, and welcome to Harmony Portal Tarot Live. Does this look like the Done Creative Live behind me? A little bit, kind of. I can almost feel like I hear an echo in here because this room, it's not empty by any stretch of the imagination, but we are cleaning this room out. I am losing my office, but Wrigley is gaining a bedroom, losing a shared bedroom with his brother. So yeah, we are in progress. We've already got some of Wrigley's stuff moved in here, as you can see. The tarot shelf he loves the color purple. Not the movie, but like the color. He's never seen the movie for obvious reasons. It's a little PG-13. But no, that tarot shelf that used to house all my little tarot decks, we're going to probably hang it on the wall or put it on his dresser or something, so he can display his crystals and his rubber ducky collection and all the fun things that he's got. He's a collector. He's got a lot of little collections that usually end up in a huge hoard pile on his bedroom floor, and we're gonna try to come up with little arrangements in this new room where he can actually showcase his little stuff. So hopefully that shelf will help in doing so. I will show you guys while we're at it, the view. And I figured, well, let me just, as we're in transit in progress here, let me just show you one more time. And let me know if that echo, I don't think there's anything I can do about the echo, but let me know if it's annoying. I can hear it with my ears. I don't know if it's coming across on camera, but I figured we'd use the old backdrop wall one more time before we lose this room forever. Well, at least until Wrigley's done with this room or whatever. But this is what we would have been looking like. Something like this. No more bookcases. See, they all gone. We've got the shelf. We've got all this. All that is moved. We still have Boston's computer chair in here and stuff. But yeah, we still have some totes and stuff that I'm maneuvering around. But we're getting closer and closer every day to getting this room cleared out for Wrigley. Maybe I'll move this way so we at least have a bit of a background today. I don't know. I don't think it makes a difference. Oh, you're outside with the neighbor and Kay is playing with their daughter. Oh, fun. Gotta love. That's something I used to love as a child or like a teenager, is playing outside around dusk or dark. My favorite. Oh yeah, Tanya's here. That's my cousin, everybody. Michelle's here. Hello. Michelle is our first donation of the night. Tanya's here. Versha's here. Welcome. Yeah, we'll be back in a bit. Yes, I'll get a card for each of you, and then you'll donate once you're back inside. No worries. And we have Kirsten on deck after we get our donation list going for the night. And I thought, since, this is our last, I don't know if this is technically our last live stream in this room, but one of the last. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be fully moved out of here by Friday because I have nowhere to go yet. My office is going to be in this landing area that I've shown you guys before, and maybe I'll do more of a tour on Friday or maybe even next Wednesday once we get things set up. But it literally overlooks my downstairs. There's no doors to shut if the dogs bark and all that fun stuff. So I'm going to pay Wrigley rent as far as being able to potentially move my whole setup in here when I go live twice a week, and just, maybe have a not great background for a while until I can figure out something, because my bedroom also, when we moved in, also overlooked the downstairs. Like, obviously a bachelor built this place, because who wants their master bedroom overlooking the living room? Not me. So we kind of have this like insulation wall. And again, we moved in here 17 years as of June 24th. So we still have this like insulated wall up, but not finished off. So it's almost like it kind of muffles the sound, but it's still like almost like there's no wall there as far as hearing everything going on downstairs. So I didn't fully think through what I was going to do, but I'm only live twice a week for, maybe 3 hours tops. And Wrigley needs a bedroom of his own. Boston needs a bedroom of his own. So like, I'm going to sacrifice myself as tribute to allow that to happen. So yeah, we might have a weird kind of transitory setup for a while, but it felt kind of like we already had that over in that location anyway, because like my level up sign fell down. There's just stuff everywhere over there. And like, I just never, probably for the last let's say year at least, I've felt like I don't fully own this room because the kids come in here and they play their computer games and stuff when they're allowed screen time. We've really dialed that back. But so they are in this room a lot more than I am. Anyway, so I'm like, I feel very much in limbo. So at the very least, it feels like there's some forward momentum or progress being made, which feels nice. Katie R's here. Hello. Canary 002 is here. And Jessica Linda's here, y'all. Hello. We have another donation coming in from Katie. So that's 4 donations for 3 lovely ladies so far today. I'm going to update our donation list. I need a space between donation and list. Yes, I do. So we have Michelle kicking us off. Once, of course, we're barely into this live stream, but when we hit the donation list, it's Michelle, and then Kirsten times 2, and then Katie R. And these are all full reads. So, boom. And one thing I've noticed is, not with every reading, but I would say 2 out of every 3 readings, I'm going way over the amount of time that I probably should be as far as, charging a $22.22 for a full read or $11.11 for a 1 card pull. You guys know me, I can never do 1 card. So unless we're doing a free 1 card pull, that seems like I can pull that off. So I either just shorten the readings down just a bit, or I was thinking about changing my pricing, but I really don't want to do that. I have not changed my pricing since 2021, I think is when, yeah, it was October of 2021, if I remember correctly. It was the last time I changed my pricing. And we started out just whatever you feel the reading is worth. And I was getting a lot of like 49-cent donations from a couple people in India all the time, and some 99-cent donations from people here in the States. And I probably could. I was kind of thinking on Sundays, maybe Tuesdays. I know Tuesdays is a random day, but it's a day that when the kids are in school is pretty open for me. That I would just have a donation, pay by donation. And then, if your donation's 49 cents, I might give you like 3 words. If your donation's a little more, kind of pay that way. Everybody kind of gets what they want, pay what you feel you need as far as a reading goes. And then the information can come through. That was just something I was toying around with. And then I was also thinking like, this was for like specifically Sundays or Saturdays, $7 Sunday, $7 Saturday, where it's basically the 1 card pull length or longevity, but for $7 once a week. But again, these are all just ideas. I haven't, totally pulled the trigger on any of it yet. I'm just kind of thinking probably need to figure out my space and all that stuff first. But yeah, just some fun ideas I'm throwing around. Just to get things exciting around here again, because not that I felt a disconnect from you guys, but we have moments of excitement, but I'm looking back to like the OG days of this live stream, how exciting it felt. Hopefully not just for me, but for you guys back in the day, especially when we were in this location, in this room. Not that since we moved it over there, things have been bad. No, absolutely not. But I don't know. I just want to bring back some liveliness, some spark, some a little something. I don't know. So I even have the Astro Dice out. I even kind of thought about just randomly doing our giveaway and all of that. Guess what's in the box, our Cosmic Questions corner, just kind of having more of a fun, you never know what's going to happen, but also for those that like to know what's going to happen, of course, the title will tell you, is this a 1 card pull? Is this a free collective? Is this a pick a card? Is this ... whatever it is. But then just kind of randomly throw goodies in without really any warning, so to speak. So it might happen at the beginning of the live stream, the middle, the end. Maybe I'm doing 2 or 3 goodies. Like, who knows? Anything goes. Just whatever I'm feeling that day. I think it would just kind of liven this place up. Not that it's bad. Not that it's bad. It just, I'm bringing some fun back in, Let's see. If I don't answer when it's my turn, can you timestamp? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Yes, we have a full house. We have 10 people. I feel so privileged to be hanging out with 10 of you lovely people here tonight. Oh, you made a hopscotch for them. Oh my gosh. I remember the days of hopscotch and, double Dutch. I never did double Dutch very well. I think I maybe made it 4 rounds before I like get all messed up, but just regular jump roping. Oh my gosh, I could do that really well. Both with people holding each end or if you're just holding your own. Fun. Yeah, hop, skip, and jump. Hopscotch is fun. Yeah, that sounds good. Oh, I'm glad you guys are liking the ideas. Yeah, sounds cool. A friend told me about a really nice hair treatment with hibiscus and coconut oil. I think it'd be great for you since you have red hair. Oh, that would be fun. Oh my goodness. Funny thing is I did wash my hair today, so it's not wet. It's just kind of got a little bit of gel in it, but I didn't go crazy with the gel and the styling products. And I think you can tell the difference. Like this is more just what my hair will do if I don't have a lot of product in, because I barely used maybe 1/10 of what I normally would because I was just like, nah, who cares? Let me just get it, you know, to at least not be completely frizzed out, but I don't care to style it today. I just want a clean head, clean hair. I'm not going anywhere except my live stream. Well, I'm running Boston all over town. Let's just put that out there. All his golfing and hanging out with friends who are also golfing and, you know, fun things. So just heated pure coconut oil and hibiscus. Jamaican in Hispanic markets and it's Jamaican and in Hispanic markets and easy to find, all natural. Ooh, I love all natural. Yes, so cool. Yeah, lots of people today. By the way, you were right that I had a chemical pregnancy last month. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I could feel something happened. You were absolutely right about that, but it just didn't want to stick, so to speak. But yeah, absolutely. But I still sense that presence that wants to come through. So, you know, maybe in the future. Yeah. All right, you guys. Well, we're like 11 minutes and almost 12 minutes in here. So we're going to use the Destiny Oracle. I figured we'd do something a little spiritual tonight as far as the free 1-card pull. With the Destiny Oracle. And this is the lace edition. I don't know if there are other editions, but it said lace on it. So there it is. It's the back of them. So if you would like a free 1-card pull, put a 911 in the chat. We have 9 people. We have 4 likes, but I don't know. 911 just sounds very fun. Very fun. Let me start with Versha and Kashfi as well, just so I don't forget. Just as a thank you to Versha for being such a lovely moderator here on the channel. Not that we have a lot of trolls here these days, thank goodness, but it's just nice when people come in. She's always letting them know, put a like on the video, how to donate. It's just very helpful to me. So let's get Versha a card. Pay attention to your dreams with the number 45. And the card is giving like very like desert, but like jungle, desert jungle. Is that even a thing? I don't know. But we've got the sun. We've got kind of mounds of almost sandy looking stuff. And then we've kind of got some beach as well. So it's like sandy jungle. I don't know. Desert jungle. But yes, Versha, pay attention to your dreams. And the number 45 adds up to a 9, which really is about closing out cycles. So this is going to be in your dream state, or even just setting that intention before you fall asleep to, you know, anything that needs to karmically, or just you're just done with it. You're done playing matrix games. You're stepping out of the matrix. Just set that intention before sleep, and then you will get some clues or downloads or information in your dreams. So keep that in mind. All right, let's get a card for Kashfi. Right, here we go. For Kashfi, your purpose does not require anybody else's permission. And you have the number 48, which adds up to 12, which adds up to 3. So you're finding creative solutions to the way you live your life, or there's a sense of creativity, even if you're doing something like your math stuff or just something more analytical or academic, you're doing it in a very creative way, or you're finding very creative ways to remember things or to study or just to do what you need to do. And kind of as a child, your main purpose really is just to have fun and learn things and listen to your mom, you know, when she tells you you need to clean your room or whatever the case may be. But you do need your mom's permission, of course, while you still live under her roof to do certain things. But as far as your life purpose goes, you don't need anyone's permission to shine your light really bright and be the awesome version of yourself that you are. All right. So next in line, we have Linda. All right, Linda, let's get you a card. In alignment with your true spirit, what does Linda need to know? Ooh, kind of flipped. It's kind of nice having the table in front of me and not just this tiny little strip on this side of my keyboard to put the cards. So this is kind of nice, going back to our roots here. Tell your story. And we have the number 49. 4 plus 9 is 13, which adds up to 4, which is about stability. I'm really getting family vibes from this. And I'm really seeing this center image here as almost like an urn, the cremation urn. And what I'm seeing is this like ancestral stuff. So there may be stuff you're digging into in your ancestry, if I can point to it, in your ancestry, that you're learning something potentially online or through like ancestry.com, or, well, that is online, but you know what I'm saying. Or you're hearing something about the family ancestry through, you know, just your family themselves. And funny enough, as I'm digging this room out, I'll show you a picture of my mom's mom, my grandma Ardith, her parents as babies. It's just right here. So let me show you guys. I don't know why I need to show you this. Maybe you, Linda, are coming across some pictures. Okay, so this is my great-grandparents on my mom's side. So my grandpa here, and then my grandma here. I was terrified of her when she was alive. She was not a nice person. He died about 9 or so years before I was born, so I never got to meet him, but they called him Hap or Happy, Harold Happy Hutton. And fun fact, I didn't even realize his middle name was Arthur. And I have a dog named Arthur, so it's very fun. I didn't find that out until after my dog was already named Arthur, and I was just keeping the name that the shelter gave him. But then her name was Evelyn. But I just want to share that with you guys. I don't look like either of them, I don't think. But my sister's son, Sawyer, looks a lot like him. It's crazy. It's like, whoa. Very interesting. Okay, so Linda, yes, this is about learning something about your family or ancestry, or you just telling your story, almost kind of flying in the face of what we were just talking about, but you telling your story as an individual outside of who you are in this family lineup or family dynamic as well. All right, Michelle, let's get you a card. All right, here we go, Michelle. And we have here, now is when your body adapts. It's your mind you have to convince with the number 33, which is a master number. There's a lot of spiritual vibes coming through here. And it's not that you have to convince your mind. I actually don't see that at all. It's just allowing any limiting beliefs or false programming or illusions of anything but the fact that you are source incarnated. You just observing, not feeling like you have to convince yourself. So I'm almost kind of flying in the face of what this is saying, but it's like as these downloads of, oh, I'm not limited with this or that, just allowing this abundance to start flowing to you, you're going to start to see changes to your body that you've been waiting for. This could be some weight loss, some toning, just less pain in certain areas, specifically in the back, lower back specifically, up kind of through the mid back I'm seeing. And this, you seeing or feeling these results is going to start kind of more like, instead of seeing is believing, it's more like feeling is believing. You're starting to feel a little better with something you're doing to where you're just like, okay, I feel like I'm not this old version of myself and I don't have to stay in the same box that I've been in for, you know, however long it's been. You're about to level up in a big way, not just physically, but also spiritually. All right, Canary. Aunt Wrigley's here. Let me guess. You want to pull cards for people? All right. You can pull the seat over. Just put this with that other donation bag. Or just set it on the floor. I'll deal with it tomorrow. We're going to give some room to Wrigley here. All right. So we're pulling for Canary 002. All right. In alignment with Canary's true spirit. Pull a card, any card. All right. Read it.
The rejection.
What?
Their rejection and your protection.
Their rejection is your protection.
That's what I said.
We have the number 30, which adds up to 3. So there may be something creative that you've been trying to put out in the world or just showing up as a more authentic expression of yourself. And certain people just don't understand. They just don't get it. This to me feels, if this resonates as something you've been going through or from the past, that's great. But I'm seeing this as something coming up in the future where you're really kind of showing who you are on an authentic, very authentic level. And someone's just not understanding that version of you. And they're either like neutral or kind of cold about it. This is really nothing to do with you. This is them kind of their jealousy or their, oh, you can't shine that bright. Something like this that's affecting kind of the dynamic between you and them. And this does feel like one specific person in your life. It's not someone you particularly have to have in your life as like your very best friend or your mom or anything like that. This feels like someone who's kind of more on the periphery of your life already. And them kind of rejecting your idea or this version of you or whatever, it's kind of letting you know that, yeah, I'm kind of done with that energy anyway. So, and it's not that you have to like cut this person off or ghost them or block them or anything. It just feels like almost like you're resonating right out of their life or vice versa. All right. Katie, let's get Katie a card. All right, Wrigley, you picking a card?
Sure.
All right, get a card for Katie. All right.
It's time to heal.
Ooh, it's time to heal with the number 42. 4 + 2 is 6, which is a very healing, very nurturing, everything in moderation approach. But this gross, random. Throw that away. We're talking about healing, and then we have like fast food horsey sauce here. Oh, I missed the garbage. Now it's in my candle bin to take downstairs. But yes, this is about maybe cleansing or healing what you're consuming. And it doesn't just have to be like fast food or, you know, things that you're eating. This can be drinks. This can be content. But you know it's time to heal something here. And whatever's kind of sparking intuitively for you. And it's like, I feel you've already come quite a long way with whatever this is. Maybe you've backslid a little bit or you've put it on the back burner, but now you're ready to pick it up and take it to the finish is really what I'm seeing here, especially with some sort of physical, also emotional and mental healing as well, which also will help in the spiritual realm. So really all around healing. All right, up next, we have 911 for Jessica's mom, tuning into her lovely spirit. Let's have Wrigley pick a card, if he's still doing that. Pick a card for Jessica's mom. All right. And we have here, how are you contributing to the party? And the number 28, which adds up to a 10. So Jessica's mom, you are being asked to kind of step up and lead or be a leader in some capacity or just kind of give a suggestion. And a lot of people are going to love that suggestion or, you know, there's nothing better going on, so they'll kind of go that direction. But this is really asking for you to step up and use your voice or speak your truth in some way that maybe you've been suppressing or just like, oh, no one really cares to hear what I have to say anyway. Or this can even be in like a party of two, meaning you and another person. And instead of just holding back with some idea you have for them or about, oh, we should go do this or we should do that, you're speaking up about it. And it's actually going to benefit you and the other person or people involved greatly. All right. For Jessica, are you picking any more?
Yeah.
Well, where are you going?
I don't know.
For Jessica. All right. And we have here the 11 card. Every moment towards your truth is an interval toward your ascension. So this is really you stepping back and deciding to focus primarily on your goals, your dreams, your self-care, your connection or relationship with yourself. What are you doing?
I don't know.
Can you not? If you're going to play, you got to go downstairs, okay? No, Wrigley. Oh my God. So again, everything that's happening is part of the message. So there may be people trying to distract you from what it is you're trying to do by just kind of, maybe they're not even trying to involve you with it, but they're like kind of in your bubble or kind of in your space. And you're just like, what's going on here? And right as I said that, I'm like, no, technically I'm in his space because this is going to be his room, right? So it's almost like you may feel at times like you're, Jessica, stepping on others' toes or they're stepping on your toes to kind of be able to get what you want or to shine your light, or even you just taking care of yourself feels like you're dropping the ball with someone else. But please, the message really coming through is don't worry about other people getting offended or mad or upset, that you're taking care of yourself. focus on you. They will understand, even if not at first, they will eventually. So there we go. All right, Kirsten, let's get Kirsten a card. Oh, he's wearing his Grizz cowl hoodie thingy I made for him way back, but we found it. All right, pick a card. All right, he's taking it off the top. Oh, we have the same card that we had for Linda earlier. Tell your story. So Kirsten, I'm getting a slightly different vibe from this card than I got for Linda. And this urn is more like the death of your old self or an old version of you that you're just not participating or identifying with anymore. You're evolving, you're leveling up, you're moving on in a way that you're able to speak your truth in ways that maybe you haven't been able to ever in this incarnation, or you're just not allowing people to, say things about you that aren't true, or put words in your mouth, or just suggest things and basically expect you just to follow along because that's what you've done before. You're just deciding to step up and tell your story or your side of the story. And this doesn't have to be even in any kind of public forum or in group of people. This could just be you telling your story to yourself and kind of taking an inventory of where you've been, where you're at, where you want to go, and what of that does align with your spirit. Because especially when we look through our past, we can see a lot of things that were just not truly us, but we, did certain things or were in certain relationships to prove points to people or to appease people or whatever. But now you're kind of taking stock or inventory of your life as is and saying, am I living my life for me? Am I living it for this person, and what that looks like going forward? Even if you're kind of met with a question mark or some confusion as to how that looks moving forward, just you being aware that there is a bit of, unsureness or a question mark for yourself, that's better than just kind of not being self-aware about what's going on. All right, Wrigley has left the building, so we're going to continue on. Oh, he's back. No, he left. No, he's back. Okay, you got to go if you're, yeah, okay, bye. All right, so Tanya, let's get Tanya a card. In alignment with Tanya's true spirit, what does Tanya need to know? And we have the rejection is your protection with the number 30. This feels like some sort of collaboration or coming together that you were like, okay, this is going to happen. This is coming together. And this to me doesn't feel like anyone's like all out rejecting you. It's more, oh, I have to cancel those plans. But in fact, not that the people are bad or the client or the situation is bad. It's just that their cancellation is actually going to allow you to use that time for something better served that's more internal or more self-centered, but not in like a selfish way, but something that's going to allow you to take good care of your internal self. So yeah, this feels like some sort of canceled trip, canceled plan, canceled something coming up. This feels like it's between now and September. Someone's canceling, or maybe you're having to cancel and they're getting upset about it. But again, that's kind of showing their true colors. But I'm really more seeing someone else is having to cancel, or there's like some sort of rescheduling going on that's actually going to benefit you to have more time to work on something. All right, let's see. Yeah, so cute, so cool, such a cute picture. Oh, yeah, very fun. Oh, you came across some notes today about your grandmother and her siblings. Oh, so what a fitting message. That's so neat. So cool. Yeah, I think it's cool. My mom had them made up. My Aunt Margie, who's my grandma's youngest sister, youngest of 16 kids, the baby on, my left, your right, your left, my right, I don't know. The female baby in those pictures and the male baby, we later found out actually the male baby was the father of some of those kids. But the female baby was the mother of those 16 kids. And she, yeah, very cool. No, but my Aunt Margie was the youngest. She was like, well, they finally got what they wanted. She's so funny. I love her. But she let my mom, I think, make copies of those or something. And then my mom bought my sister, myself, herself, and I think Tanya's mom, my Aunt Kathy, and maybe Timmy, my brother, all versions of that, and had it framed and everything, which was so cool. Yeah, very cool. Very fun. Okay. And Versha, we did yours and Kashvi's very first. So there it is. Hello. Hi, Crazy Tempest. Welcome. Beautiful. Thank you, Amanda. That message means so much to me. I'm focusing my body and trying to heal even more. Well, you're on the right path. Good job. Hello, Fairy Edits. Yeah, we're doing the free 1-card pull now. So put a 911 in the chat and we will pull you a card. We're technically, well, we're still going. I'm just taking too long on these, getting these messages going. Let's see. Yes, and Tanya said hi, Wrigley, but he already left the building, so I will let him know you said hi. Oh, you're so welcome. Absolutely, Canary. Oh, my first reading on PayPal has some adult info, so you might know. Okay, he's already gone, but yeah, if he does come in, I will read it first and then amend that. Because you know what your question is. I'll know what your question is, and then we'll be able to talk straight facts. Thank you. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, I'm so glad it resonates for you, Katie. Wow, amazing messages. Thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. All right, let's see. I just had my chat jump, so I gotta scroll. Okay. So, okay. That is so accurate. I was literally sending a donation for another reading because I feel a loss of identity and purpose. Aw. Well, there you go. It's not a bad thing. It's because an old version of you is falling away and maybe those new pieces haven't been quite identified yet. But yeah, if you want to send a donation, we can get into that as well. Michelle De Leon! Welcome, my dears. Good to see you. Let's pull you a card. 911. Tuning into your lovely spirit. We have pay attention to your dreams. And we have the number 45, closing out cycles. You're closing out cycles. There may be some people from your past or places, things from your past coming into your dream state because you are kind of closing cycles or just, what's the word? Like finishing up business with someone, something in your dream state. Now, if something violent happens, this feels to me, like in the dream state specifically, this feels to me like something old is like fighting from being released from, your karmic energy or just you having to carry that burden any longer. Because you guys all know, I think most of you by now know how I feel about karma. It's not technically real. I mean, it's very real and it feels very real while we're here in this matrix system, but yet at the same time, think of it this way. These people, these evil people that are running this show here, why do they never seem to get retribution? I mean, look at the Epstein list. I mean, that case point blank period, case in point made. The Diddy stuff, point made. These people never have to really pay for what they've done. What they do is they use their tricks within the matrix, black magic rituals, sacrifice, all of this destiny swapping to place their karma on other people. Isn't that lovely of them? So sometimes, a lot of times, people with the biggest hearts are carrying huge karmic loads that really have nothing to do with them. I'm getting a very similar message for you, Michelle De Leon, that you may be carrying some unnecessary burdens of karma. You can actually clear this in your dream state by setting that intention that you will clear any karma that's not yours, or even the karma that is yours, because karma is technically not real. Just clear it, clean house. And you don't even have to wait till you're asleep to do this. You can do this by setting an intention, lighting a candle, writing something out and burning it or burying it, or whatever feels like it resonates for you, as far as just saying, I'm done. Ripping up these soul contracts or these karmic contracts, ripping them up or burning them, or literally speaking them out loud. I rebuke you. I do not consent. All the fun things. But you're clearing some old cycles, specifically in love or how you relate to other people, specifically people that are from your past, whether these people are still in your life in the present or they've kind of, come and gone. All right. Let's see. Hello, Divine Timing. Let's get you a card. Welcome to the live stream. All right. Thank you. I am doing well. Thank you so much. I hope you're doing well as well. Here we go. Divine timing in alignment with your true spirit. Not only are you the creation, you are also the creator. The creator, we have the number 5 here. There may be some creative changes, some creative flair that you're making to your home space. Maybe you're cleaning out your car, your wardrobe, your look. There's something you're changing or creating, shifting. This feels like something that's already in progress, like work in progress. Like most of us, have to wear clothes. I mean, it's the only legal or thing we're legally, my friend Jessa says this very eloquently. It's the only art we're legally required to buy or wear. And you can consider like your wardrobe or what you dress yourself with as like a walking statement, walking art in some cases. A lot of people just want to be this very, blank canvas. Doesn't matter. I don't need to make any statement with the way I dress. But I see divine timing. You're kind of switching it up and wanting to make some sort of statement with the way you dress, not to prove anything to anyone, but just to really express yourself. This feels like really like divine feminine energy coming to the surface. To really come up. And I love that you kind of I can't really tell what your profile picture is because it's so small on my screen. But you've got kind of a similar color in the little heart behind your username. And that kind of plum, dark, rich, kind of raveny purple, when you look at like a bird and it's got like this blue or kind of almost purple shimmer, kind of shine, kind of oil slick look to it. That color of purple is no mistake that you chose that. It's one of your power colors. So very fun little message coming through. Oh, it's in your kids' Halloween costumes. Oh, your kids' Halloween costumes. I gotcha. Well, that's actually a power color for you. So there you go. Even if you're using it this is not that color, but you buy a water bottle that color, a car. My mom used to have a car that exact color that we're looking at here on the screen. It actually burned in her house fire outside, and then it jumped from a burn barrel to a woodshed to the back porch to the car to the rest of the house. I mean, it just took out a lot. And my brother's dump truck as well. But the color, that's what we're talking about, not fire. It has been a while. I thought you looked familiar, but yes. Let's see. So just shining your light and expressing yourself, especially with the way you look. Not that you're trying to prove anything to anyone, but you're just kind of revamping your style. This could also be revamping like your home, giving your car a nice detail and a nice wash, or paying someone to do it. Just kind of taking more care and effort into sense of ownership of the things that you have, your belongings, your possessions, and your physical body as well. Very fun message. Okay. So let's see. Oh my God, I just heard the card pull and my dreams are crazy. Meeting people and almost resolving stuff. Oh, that's so cool. Endings coming in. Hello, Michelle. Hello, Junking Data Girl. Hello. Oh, you've been having crazy dreams as well. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you're so welcome, everybody. Absolutely. Okay, last call. Anyone else that wants a free 1-card pull, put a 911 in the chat and I will pull you a card. Like the video. Thank you so much, Versha. I appreciate that. Yeah, I can't believe it. We've had kind of consistently between 9 and 10 to 11. I saw 11 at one point. People in the chat tonight. It feels like the old days where we had our decently hoppin' woo-woo Wednesday. I'm trying to remember the most I've ever had on a live stream. I think it was like 33. But they didn't stay for long. It wasn't like they were staying for long. But back in the day when I very first started it, but it was over on the Done Creative, we'd have anywhere between like 23 to 30 people hanging out. It was so fun. Not to say this isn't fun. Not to say that. But you know what I'm saying. It was just different vibe, I guess. But still fun. My phone is lagging, but thank you. Oh, you're so welcome. Absolutely. All right, last call. I'm going to give you guys 10 seconds to put a 911 in the chat if you have not received a free 1-card pull. And then we're going to get into, well, first we'll update our donation list. It looks like a few people have donated since we last updated that. And all the fun things. Okay. So I might just take a gander at my email to see, because I don't have my access to my email on that one. We'll just use this one You guys can still see me, but I can't see you. So, okay, so we have 3 for Kirsten. So that's the update I need because I think I already had Katie on the list. Yes. Okay, so we're going to do Kirsten times 3. Okay, and then Versha is going to donate shortly. Okay, and if you, okay, so Michelle, we're going to start with you, but let me, just in case Kirsten isn't back when we start her readings, let me get or a piece of paper here. Just a piece of paper is fine. Okay, here we go. Okay. Get my hair out of my face. It's so hot in this room. Okay, so Michelle. So we are going to start with Michelle. And we're at 40 minutes and 33 seconds. Okay. So here we go. So let's go over to my email. Actually, I do have my phone here. Let's see if we can. Well, my email is not working on my phone because my phone, it's doing that thing where it's all full of system data again. So let me go to PayPal specifically. Oh, question is in PayPal. Perfect. Okay, well, I will head over there and see what's up. Okay. Continue. God, I feel like I have hair everywhere. I've just been wearing my hair back in this like clip. I think it's how I wore it last time I was live last week. Just like this, and then I put another clip under to kind of almost make a ponytail. Like that's just how I've been wearing my hair, just to keep my hair like off my neck, off my face, off everything. And it's just, I washed it earlier today and it's just all over the place. And I'm like, get it out of here. I'm not a fan in the summer, and it's really cold downstairs. Like it's like 72, well, cold. 72, it's set to 72 here. But up here it's probably 76, 78, somewhere in there. It's hotter. It's a little sweaty up here compared to downstairs for sure. Okay. Michelle. All right. So, is there any potential in dating with R? What are his thoughts and actions? Oh, what are his thoughts and actions toward me? If this connection is a dead end, though, may I ask about someone I haven't even spoken to yet? Yeah, let's first tune in and just see if this connection with R is something. Like, is there dating potential? We'll kind of just ask that first as like a yes, no. If there is any dating potential with R for Michelle, and we're going to use R because we don't have that. See, when we're over there, we can't even see these because the sun is just so bright, but we can see them over here. Yes, we can. The gold foil tarot. Okay. Is there dating potential between Michelle and R? Tuning into True Spirit. Okay. I'm hearing just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I was hearing that before this card came out, and then this just was like sealing the deal. So not to say this is a bad person or whatever. It's just, it may come with more trouble than it's worth, especially with communication. He will fall off the map with communication eventually, is what I see. And it's nothing to do with you. He's busy, but yet he does want a connection. But then there's like this avoidant kind of personality, or like avoidant, what do they call it? Attachment style. That's what I'm looking for. Caused by past trauma. So he may be like love bombing all in 1 minute and then like gone ghost the next. And then you're like initiating contact or communication again. Like that is what this feels like. And I don't see it changing anytime soon. So really what this is ultimately going to lead to is frustration. Again, not to say he's a bad person, not to say you don't have fun together when plans are made, but it's 99% of the time you're the one having to make the plans. You're the one having to initiate the contact and communication. You're the one keeping this thing going, not because he's not interested, but because, again, it's like too much of a good thing for him equals I got to sabotage it. Oh, yes, I don't know why he struggles with communication. Yeah, and this just feels like a pattern for him that, again, until he can start facing these wounds from his past, from his childhood, from past life, from, whatever, it's going to continue on this road. But let's just see potential in dating. Let's finish your question here. Potential in dating, or let's see, connection about someone you haven't even spoken to at the gym. I saw him today. Okay. Well, this came out in reverse. So there may be a bit of anxiety, but you're kind of overcoming that as far as like when you see him, it's almost like, do I look okay? Like almost like seeing him causes anxiety, but not in a bad way, but like in a, you're very self-aware or hyper aware of yourself when this guy at the gym is around. Let's see. You saw him today and curious about him because I'm not drawn to many people. I was wondering if he noticed me or if he'll approach me. Yeah, I can see that, the kind of nervous anxiousness that he causes for you or can or will in the near future. But let's see if he will notice or approach you. Okay. Whoa. Okay, wow. Okay, so it's very funny. If he is going to, it's going to take a minute. The star, it kind of came out like this. So he's there, he's working out, slow and steady wins the race. This is kind of patience energy here. The star's in reverse, which even with the star in reverse, it's still a good card. Like it's going to benefit you in the long run. Like he will notice or he will do something. But right now, I say into kind of the near-ish future, and that means like through about September in the timeline I'm getting, he's going to be at the gym mostly focused on getting those gains, so to speak, and all of that. But I do see that he has noticed you. He has noticed you. He's just kind of, it feels to me like, not that he's between relationships, because it's not like he plans on dating right now, but that might change around September is what it feels like. So there's still some speaking he's doing with an ex or someone in his life. It may not be an ex yet. Do I have this upside down? What's going on? Oh, I guess we just have some reversals in here tonight. So whatever. So it feels like he's mostly just focused on being at the gym to be at the gym and do the things associated with the gym. Not looking to date currently, but again, not that he hasn't noticed you. It does feel like he is at least in a situationship right now, at the very least, or he's kind of at the tail end of a connection that's not going to last through September. It's just not. It feels like it's very on its last legs, or it's already been on its last legs, and it's just, he just needs to cut the cord with it, is what it feels like. Interesting. I was wondering if he's taken or not. Not even sure how old he is, but he looks around my age. I feel like he's about 2 years older is what's kind of coming through. Around 18 months to 2 years older. So yeah, it does feel like he's definitely within your age demographic. But let's just see. I'm on the apps too, so slowly coming out of hermit mode. Let's just see if there's any fruit being produced from these apps. Okay, so we have King of Cups. So it's like, where are all the good guys? Where have all the good men gone? Apparently, they're not really on the apps, or you're kind of having to dig through a lot of, like, they call it in like the, what do you call it? The like publishing industry, the slush pile is like all these submissions that have been entered that no agent's going to sit there and try to dig through everything. I'm just kind of putting all my reversals back in order here. So it's almost like, it's not to say that there aren't any gems on there. You're just going to have to really do some swiping or digging to find them. And what's going to be kind of the alarm bell in a good way as to who's a good person or not is this person, you may be talking to them. And again, this feels like around September, October. They're initiating conversation and not in a how you doing kind of way, but they're actually looking to have a conversation. They're not just looking to drain your feminine energy by just getting, basically exhausting you by they'll say something and then you'll write this paragraph and then they'll give you one word and then you'll write another paragraph and then they'll give one word. No, this next person you may potentially meet on the apps is going to meet you and match you. And another thing you can do, especially on these apps, is just match the energy. I mean, if this is someone you don't want to waste your time with, don't, bombard their DMs or whatever, but just, go your own way or let them know you're not interested or whatever. But if someone's not initiating or planning, then you don't initiate or plan, because it's going to lead that. It really does feel, especially in your love life, it's almost like if I'm not the one initiating or planning, nothing's happening because these people are just like waiting for me to take their hand and lead them the way. And you're just not wanting to do that is what it feels like going into the future. So you're going to find someone who actually is planning things and like, okay, let's get together. How does this day work? And, all of these things. So, of course, they're making sure you're on board with what they're presenting to you, I guess. But you are not having to be the one to like limp these relationships or these communications along. Someone is going to step up and actually, it's like having an adult conversation, and you're just going to be like, this is a breath of fresh air. Yeah. Do you think after September I should approach him at the gym, or is it pointless? Yeah, it does feel like it would be good. Yeah. He's just not this is really sweet. He's not the type that wants to have any kind of overlap or questionable overlap with his relationships. When he makes this clean break with this gal, I feel like it's already happened. It's just she's still texting. They're still maybe, hanging out, doing things, whatever. But he's going to make a clean break because it just hurts too much, because he knows she's a good person, but just not his person is what it feels like. And he's going to be the one to make the clean break. And after that, there'll be no like, oh, well, you were still talking to her and then you met this girl. It's like, he doesn't want any messiness. And he's got messiness right now, not with like multiple people, but just with the one. Like, that's more than enough for him right now. And he's just ready to be done with that connection. It really does feel like. So yeah. And Crazy Tempest sent money for a reading. Cool. Oh, you bet you met your current boyfriend on Hinge. He's wonderful. Yeah, there are definitely hidden gems out there. I think you got to dig, or just kind of know. Like, some of you know that it's either a thing or it's not. Like, someone's like, hi. They DM you, hi. Again, I'm not on the dating apps. I don't know how these dynamics are, but like, I remember chatting, chatting back in the day, just like on Yahoo Chat, and someone would like DM you, or I can't remember what it was called, like a private message back in the day, and it just pop up, sup, the question mark. It's like, this is how you're choosing to get the ball rolling on this connection, whether it's going anywhere or not. ASL. Anyone remember those? Oh my gosh. It's like, it's just exhausting. And you guys shouldn't have to deal with that. We can all be adults and have a full conversation. Like, it's fine to ask how someone's doing, but like, follow that up with something that you can actually have some meat of a conversation, Me and Mrs. R here. Hello, John. Welcome back. Oh, those were the days, though. I know, right? The innocence of the internet. The wild west of the internet, where you could meet a predator or you're Prince Charming. You just never knew. Oh my gosh. I saw some very crazy things on this program, application. I don't know what it was called back in the day. It was called Net Meeting. This was back in like 1999. I can't even tell you guys what it was. It was so disgusting. And I was 17, my sister was 15, my brother was 13. We were all watching it, and these people we didn't have webcams. We didn't have that. But people would have a webcam, and you would just like enter these kind of like chat roulette, which I've never been on, or Omegle, is that the one? Where you're kind of just randomly could get paired up with someone in a cam situation. This guy, yeah, there were no pants. We'll just put it that way. There was a yellow hairbrush. Okay, I'm not saying anything else. Disgusting. I still want to scratch my eyes out from what I saw as a 17-year-old girl and my, again, 15-year-old sister, 13-year-old brother. And we were all like, oh my God, what is this? We thought we were going to meet like cool kids like our age and like talk to them. Like, where are you from? Like, what do you do where you're at? Like, what school do you go to? But not in like a creepy stalker kind of way, but like pen pals, right? That was not pen pals. That was not pen pals. Oh my gosh, what are we even talking about? I remember when I used to ask when I would meet the right person. Those were the days though, yeah. I know, right, Kirsten? You found your person. I love it. I knew this man was the one from the day we started talking. Yeah, and it's like, there's a difference. Like, you just know. Not that I haven't really dated. I mean, I would just date the one person. I liked someone and then I'd go out with them. Or in the case of my most long relationship outside my husband, my sister's like, hey, I won't say his name, but Guy, do you like my sister? And he's like, yeah. And then she's like, hey, do you like him? How do I say no to that? So I'm like, yeah, sure. I think I said sure. And she goes, okay, you guys are dating now. And I was such, like there's fight, flight, fawn, freeze. I was such a fawn back then, and I still like can default to that if I'm not like in my power, where I will just fawn and like just go along to get along. And no, I shouldn't have done that. 2.5 years of torture, and not literal torture, but like kind of on the verge. Sometimes, like the guy threw a salt shaker at my head and dumped a 5-gallon bucket of water over my head. He ripped up all my cheerleading pictures. He tore up my lovey stuffed animal that my grandma made me before I was born. That was like my ride or die growing up. His arms and legs are still removed. He's still in a bag in my garage. I still to this day have not sewed him back together. I have a feeling, this is just a weird feeling I have. I have a feeling when I finally take the initiative to sew my Care Bear back together, that my life will greatly improve. I just have that feeling. I should go find him and bring him back into the house and put his limbs back on like he deserves. My poor Care Bear. This guy was a train wreck. Total narcissist. And of course, didn't have a real dad growing up, so I thought that was normal. Oh my God, why? Why? But look where I'm at now. We've been together 21 years. He's great. The exact opposite of the other guy. Would do anything for me and the kids, like the best. I really hit the jackpot with my husband. I'm not gonna lie. Such an amazing dude. Okay. Yes, so, and Versha's donated for 2 questions. Perfect. All right. Yeah, the dice will always continue to roll with that Wild West of the internet. Oh my gosh, yes. Omegle. Yeah, that's what it was called. Yeah, I don't know if you know, but John and I met on Reddit. I posted on a 30+ dating subreddit. We knew immediately upon video chatting the first time. 3 days later, we were the ones for each other. Aw. I remember back in the day doing love readings for John. I'm like, I feel her energy. She's gonna be coming in, but like the timing. It's all about timing, you know? I love it. So cool. He told me last weekend I'm the best girlfriend he ever had. Aw. I used to love calling the party line as a kid just to listen to the desperation. Oh my gosh, right? Oh my gosh. Oh, those were the days. Back with the days of the, like, also the 1-800 and 1-900 numbers where you pay by the minute. That sounds just like Melissa. Oh my gosh, what specifically, Tanya? I've been talking. Oh, yes, her like, oh, you like my sister? Okay, you're dating now. Yes, that does sound like her. She could be a little brat back in the day, but I still love her. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm totally going to sage, not just sage, but I'm going to do a whole frankincense cleanse. Any negativity. I cried so many tears of negativity into that poor bear through the years. He just needs a good cleanse and a good wash anyway. And when I do, I'll bring him in here and show you guys. Like I saw him not too long ago. He's in God, I'm so bad. He's in like a kitchen garbage bag with like another old like Afghan and stuff. Yeah, it's like a mixed bag of stuff from my past that he's just in. He didn't even get a tote, and he was like my bestest friend. I told him all my very crazy secrets that I'm sure most people don't care about. All my thoughts and feelings. Aw. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he was a great boyfriend, that guy. Not really. No. Yes. The party line. Oh my gosh. Those were the days. You might have to sage the bear. Yep. Read that one. 4 months for me so far. Oh, that's so exciting. Time's just flying. It feels like you guys just met, but like 4 months already. Wow. Okay. So we've got another donation for Kirsten, a 1-card pull. Well, it's never 1 card, but you know what I'm saying. So I'm going to add that to your 1 card. We actually have a list tonight, you guys. Okay, so we did Michelle's question, and then we kind of got off on our little chat tangent. So we're going to get into Kirsten's questions, but I'm going to update our list real quick. We've had a few more donates since, so I'm going to make sure we've got everybody on the board. Crazy Tempest has a full read, and then Versha has 2 full questions or a longer read, however you want to 4 1-card pulls. However you want to break that up, Versha, let me know. So Crazy Tempest and then Versha. I'll just write ×2 and then we can figure that out. So Crazy Tempest and Versha. This is like back in the day when I'd have this like list going. Look at this. We got a list. And you can tell it's that time of day. I might have to close the blinds and bring the ring light in here because when the sun is on this side of the house, it gets so hot in this room. So I'm going to do that real quick. So get yourself a beverage, take a potty break, whatever you got to do. Speaking of, I probably should have let my dogs out before starting this live stream because my kids probably won't do it unless they're out there, which I don't hear them. So. Do I need a ring light? Probably. Maybe. This might be, I mean, it's very pixelated. Let me just, I have to bring it in and plug it in. I don't know. Maybe we will just leave it for now. It's just so bad. Oh, I need to get a better setup, guys. I really do. I always love this room you're in now. Aw. Yeah, I love this room too. And it's funny because the first, okay, so we moved in here in 2008. We brought Boston home from the hospital in March of 2011. But my brother-in-law, Rhett, lived in this room. He lived here, and this was his room for about 7, 8 months, 9 months, somewhere in there. No, I was pregnant before he moved in, but it was under we knew he was moving out within months. It lasted a little longer than he had hoped, but it was kind of a race to the finish. I think he moved out like mid-February and to try to get Boston's nursery all decorated up. But I mean, we really didn't even use this room as the nursery until Boston was like 9, 10 months old because he just slept in this little bassinet thing. He still wanted to be swaddled up to that point as well, 10 months. And even then, I'd swaddle him and he'd wake up and just be in the swaddle. And I'm like, most babies grow out of that after kind of the newborn to 3 month stage. But he couldn't settle. Not that he was not a crier. He did not cry the first, I don't even know how many months, unless we took him in to do like the shots and stuff. Like he'd cry for that. But like at home, never had to cry. It's like him and I were on such the same wavelength. I just knew what he needed, when he needed it, probably before he knew he needed it. And we just took care of business. So he didn't even ever need to cry. Now is a different story. He's crying all the time. They always said that girls were the hormonal, like, puberty time. I don't know. Boys are pretty emotional during puberty as well. I always thought it was just girls growing up. I'm like, I guess it's just all us girls. No, boys too for sure. All right. You can wait till the end. I might donate to yes and no. Okay, donate more. Gotcha. Well, my brother was obnoxious during puberty. So was mine. He wasn't like emotional as far as like crying and stuff, but he'd get angry a lot, my brother. He once took his burrito out of the microwave and threw it in my face instantly after like being in there 3 minutes because I was annoying him. I was probably really being annoying. Yes, I can admit that, but we don't throw hot burritos in people's faces, no matter how annoying they're being. Oh my God, that got in my eyes. It burned so bad too. It was hot. Oh, brothers and sisters, being so nice to each other. And him and I got along most of the time. It was my sister and I that was tit for tat all the time. Like, not like fists, but like back and forth with our words. But mostly her. I would just like fawn or like flight. Like, bye. I don't want to deal with you. Disappear up into my crotch of the tree. The 3-point fork. I called it the crotch of my tree. My weeping willow tree. Because my sister was not ever climbing that tree. So I could escape up there and she wouldn't follow me. Yeah. Yeah, that's mine too. Very mouthy and angry and rebellious. Oh my gosh. That was my brother too. Yeah, he dropped out of school in 9th grade. But like he was so super intelligent that they didn't know what to do with him in our little school system. So they just put him in special ed. If you can imagine that. That just makes no sense. He's very, very intelligent. But he's like, screw this, F authority, I'm out. Like, to this day, he's not just going to blindly follow everything that people tell him. He's going to do what's right, you know? Anywho, Kirsten's first question, which we might just jet over to PayPal. Get the first question going here. Because if I keep talking at this rate, we're going to be live until 10 p.m. my time. It's 7 right now. 3 more hours. All right, let's see. Okay, I need to go to activity. And here we are. Okay. So, did I accidentally get pregnant again last weekend after my chemical pregnancy? I had unprotected sex again. We tried to be more careful, but still managed to have an accident. Will it be viable if I'm pregnant? And should I cancel my biopsy and IUD appointment? I am worried that if I am pregnant, I will not test positive in time. I did have signs of ovulation last week, but it was super early in my cycle, so I can't tell if my hormones are just messed up. Okay, let's tune in. Let's just see what's going on. Is there an accidental pregnancy going on this time around? Wow. It's interesting because we literally have the pregnancy card here, but there's confusion yet again. So this could be yet another chemical, or it's just you're feeling all the signs and symptoms of pregnancy, but it's not literally, it doesn't feel like it's the time. It really doesn't feel like it's the time. And it feels to me like you will have your period before having any kind of missed period or delayed or late or anything like that. It does feel like it'll come on time. Yeah, it's like there's energetic interference for the reason this baby doesn't want to come through this cycle either. And it doesn't feel like it's you or your guy. Again, this feels like matrix or energetic interference. And again, potentially this baby wanting to choose a time where things are more stable, where you're at least engaged or, you know, what have you. But as far as, let's put these cards back, as far as if it will be viable if you're pregnant, again, I'm not really sensing that. Yeah, it doesn't feel like this is gonna stick again. And again, this is not showing anything with you being infertile or anything like that. No, this is just, again, about the timing, but also frequency and interference is what this is feeling like. Yeah, because and really this is actually kind of a blessing in disguise because it's really not the right time. It would make things more difficult because I'm seeing you and your guy just getting to know each other even better, really solidifying your bond and all of that before bringing a child in. Not that, you know, it wouldn't be a welcome blessing. I do see it would be on both accounts, yours and his. It's just you guys both deserve more time, you know, to just really get to know each other and love each other and, you know, all the things. Have a lot of these other firsts before bringing a baby in is what it feels like. Okay, so let's just see. Oh, a card flipped. So, okay. Yeah, it's about a lot of communication about plans or planning for the future. So maybe there's a lot of talk between you and your guy about when we have kids, how many kids do we want? Just kind of getting the groundwork laid for like your future together. Just having a lot of deep conversations about what this future looks like. And, you know, maybe having that chemical pregnancy and then a potential like, oh, are we pregnant? Are we not? Can be the energy of that can kind of put you to an alignment to have these deep conversations about, you know, what do we want? Do we want the same things? And it does feel like you're very much on the same wavelength. It's just a matter of good timing with it all. Wu-Tang Tia, welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, I love these cards. These are called the gold foil tarot, I think, if I remember right. So let's see. Yes, that's what I heard from a spirit baby reading. Oh, cool. We have gone through so much lately. Pregnancy scare, cancer scare, mental health. Oh my gosh. Let's just see. I do see you being able to go forward with, let's see. Yeah, because the hormones may be kind of a bit all over the place right now because of the chemical pregnancy, for sure. let's see. So you have that cancel your biopsy and IUD. I do see, let's just see, because I'm seeing that the answer may not be the same for both of them. Let's just see. Let's tune into the energy of the biopsy and see if it's in your best interest to cancel that. Well, you have the star, so this is to trust your intuition. I'm seeing that there is no cancer, thank goodness. So if you feel the need to just have that reassurance from the medical perspective that, okay, yeah, cancer-free, then follow through if you need that peace of mind. But if you already feel like I don't think it is, technically you don't have to. But again, not a medical professional. This is not literal advice. This is just trust your intuition with that. As far as the IUD appointment, following through with the IUD appointment. Let's see. Magician, again, you're getting major arcana vibes here. If you feel it's the right time to move forward with that, then do so. It's not going to prevent the baby coming through, when you want to have that IUD removed, and just know that you are protected so that you can, bond and get to know your guy for longer so that you can, have a successful pregnancy later. Yeah, keeping your appointment. Yeah, for sure. It does feel like, if for your own peace of mind, if you want to, get one of those 5-day early or 5 days before you're late, I think it's like the clear blue tests. At least that's what they were way back in the day when I was on my trying to conceive journey back in, the year 2009 through 2013. I think those were like the 5 days sooner, 5 days earlier. That would be a good one. And if it's coming up negative, you can, with a couple tests, you can pretty much know that they're very accurate. I have found very accurate. But your mother's intuition or your female intuition will tell you as well. So if you want this IUD, I see no reason to delay that appointment. Yeah, victory, follow through, being able to have the outcome you want here. So, yeah. He actually said he got a bit excited about being a father last month. Well, you know what? It's still going to happen. It is. It's still going to happen, just in a better timing for both of you. Yeah. Oh, the 114-degree weather. Oh my gosh, had time to hop on the lives, but loving the new setup. Well, this is kind of I don't know what the heck is going on setup, because my son Wrigley, the youngest one, he's actually going to be moving into this room, and I'm losing my office completely. I'm going to have this, there's a landing area out here upstairs that overlooks my living room. There's no door, so if my dogs bark, it's just going to be super loud. So what I might do, and my bedroom, which is across the hall from this room, there's a landing between us, and then my bedroom, master bathroom, all that fun stuff. Again, when we moved in, that also overlooked the living room. Why? I don't know. Well, living room, dining room, it's kind of an open concept area. I don't know why. But we have kind of this like insulation. The wall is like framed in, and the insulation, we just never followed through with the drywall and like the fiber insulation. You know what I'm talking about? Yes, I can timestamp the rest. Absolutely, Kirsten. So that room is not very soundproof. Even this room that has a door that closes, no exposure to, the downstairs, you can still hear my dogs bark through this door, but it's exponentially louder when you're out there or in my bedroom. So especially like during the school year on school nights, Wednesday, woo-woo Wednesday nights, I'm not going to be able to be in this room. So I'm probably going to have to be in the landing. So you can hear my dogs bark right now, probably. Well, it was just Ruth. She was barking for a second there. So it's either me. This is thankfully a very lightweight little, as I move it, lightweight mobile table my husband built. It's got like, I don't know what the words. It's kind of the industrial looking pipes and stuff for the legs, and then a nice wooden tabletop that you've probably seen in my collective pick a card readings. Yeah, so it's a very mobile table, and of course I'm just using my laptop, so I can really go anywhere if I had to. I could drag this table downstairs and go in Boston's bedroom potentially, because he can stay up a little bit later than Wrigley, but who knows? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. But yeah, we were kind of having a last hurrah in this room as far as it being the tarot room, the office room, and not Wrigley's bedroom, Rather have a dog or dogs that bark to stay alert than none at all. They mean well. Absolutely. Yeah. We live like right next to like a public walking path as well. Like there's so many walking paths in this town. It's crazy, but we chose to live next to one. And my dogs react to every single person, dog, cat, squirrel that they see in the deer that they see in the cul-de-sac or coming up and down the hill, the path. Yeah, it's fun. I'm used to it. So I think if they just didn't bark at everything, I would be like, what's wrong? There's something wrong. Something's going on. All right. So Kirsten's second question, and then she donated for another one as well, and another one. So she's got a couple here. Let me update our list here. Yes. So that was question 1 for Kirsten. So now we're on, she's got 2 more full reads and then 1 card. And then we have Katie, Crazy Tempest, Versha coming up on deck. So let me go back to PayPal. It signed me out. Or no, it just didn't sign me out. I don't think it just, no, it signed me out. Never mind. So we're going to get back into PayPal. I'm just too long-winded. I'm just too chatty. I missed you guys. I had a donation-only live stream Friday, and then I missed the Wednesday and Friday before that because of travel and a headache and just not feeling my best on that Wednesday. So I didn't go live that Wednesday. But so I missed you guys. So I just want to chat, hang out, have some conversations, fun times. All right. So second question, and I'm timestamping this one for Kirsten. We're at 1:15:51. And these timestamps are kind of give or take a few seconds because it doesn't always tell me correctly what it is. I'm just telling you guys what it says here. But usually on the replay, it's slightly different for whatever reason. So what has the universe been trying to tell me? Oh no, it's cut off. But maybe if I go to my email, it will have the full shebang, maybe. Okay. Yes, I think it will. Let me go. Oh, yes. Good. Okay. So what has the universe been trying to tell me? I'm getting an insane amount of messages, but I can't seem to understand what they are saying through these animals and insect signs. I feel like they are telling me I'm getting another chance at being pregnant, but I can't tell. Okay. So we're going to tune in. I don't know. And I will show you guys maybe I'll show you guys right now real quick. My tarot closet. I have a couple of camera bags and other miscellaneous in there right now, but I could show you guys. And Versha just donated again, so I'm gonna have to remind myself to upload that or upload it, add it to the list. You know what I'm trying to say. Actually, let's just start. Let's just see what these signs are with the tarot and see if we need to move to an animal deck of any kind. I have them all out in my closet. I don't think I have any on that desk over there. All right. What are these signs? And let me read the question again. So, what has the universe been trying to tell Kirsten with these messages? Okay. So this is something about owning your power or being able to create the timeline. That's what I'm seeing. King of Wands is about bringing these, getting this divine inspiration and then trying to bring it through to solidify it in the 3D reality. It's a lot about feeling inspired and not waiting to feel inspired, but just starting the process. And especially with the whole pregnancy thing, starting the process would be like planning, talking to your guy about like, what does this look like for our family, planning for our future? Like how long am I going to be on this IUD? How many years do you have left of school? Like all these things, there's a lot to consider here, but you're feeling this inspired passion to be able to move forward on some of these plans. But let's just see specifically what these animal and insect messages are trying to tell Kirsten. Again, it's like, what timeline do you want to be on? Because there's no set in stone timeline. Of course, the Matrix likes us to think, oh, this is your birth chart. This is your human design. This is your numerology. This is your whatever. If you're not aware of those things, you will just follow and play those timelines out to a T. But the more self-aware you become, the more in tune to your own spirit you become. You become like this ghost in the machine or this wrench in the gears of the Matrix to create these glitches or anomalies in what was mapped out for you. And not all that's mapped out for us is bad. It can't be all 100% bad, thank God, or what a torture chamber this place would be. I mean, it already is pretty bad, but there's some good to it as well. So taking the good with the bad, the mixed bag that most of our charts are comprised of, a mixed bag of good, bad, and a lot of things in between. This is letting me know, Kirsten, that the more self-aware you become about what your chart is saying is possible for you, or the like potential pitfalls or bad things that are kind of mapped out in your chart, you can say, yeah, do not consent. I rebuke this, not having it, not on my watch, and create a new timeline for yourself, something that's more in alignment with your true spirit. And that's a lot of what these timelines were wanting to tell you. But I can't ignore the fact here that we're kind of looking at like a second potential chemical pregnancy, or, sperm and egg that met but didn't implant. Whatever technical term we want to call that is coming through, is on a timeline in your future. You will have 2 children at least. There are 2, potentially 3, but these 2 definitely want to come through in this incarnation. The third is kind of happy to either come through if you want a third child, or just kind of almost act as a guardian to protect and love you from the other side. That's what these messages are really clearly stating. So yes, absolutely, these animal messages do have to do with pregnancy. And eventually, again, we got 2 ships, we got 2 pentacles, 2 ships wanting to come in, and then a third potential child, as in children, ships coming in, children. A third that's kind of waiting in the wings, like a wait and see situation. Would I be more needed in these more energetic realms, or should I come physically through? Anything else Kirsten needs to know about? Ooh, it's jumping. Okay, yeah. There's a lot of downloads that are coming in through these sign, symbol, synchronicities, even in your dream state. That's really coming through your dream state. Just random thoughts that pop in your head that aren't like entity interference. They seem very positive. And I just saw, when I said positive, I saw a positive pregnancy test. When you're fully ready. I mean, is anyone ever fully ready? No, let's just say no, probably not. But when divine alignment, not the matrix alignment, but more of a divine alignment is at play, where your guy and you are very solid. Not that you're not solid now, but like you've given yourself time to really create a structure from which to really build this connection that you're building together to bring these children through. Hey, Kirsten, we're still talking about your question 2 of that chunk that you, about the dreams, not the dreams, the signs and synchronicities about the animals and insects. But yeah, you're right. It has to do with pregnancy, but again, there's timing at play. But you tuning into your spirit, kind of figuring out things with kind of your own path and purpose before bringing these spirits through. Again, not that anyone's ever fully ready to bring kids through, or that you have to have it all figured out before you bring kids through, because I can attest to you, I didn't even have my full-on Kundalini awakening until Wrigley was 2 years old. I already had 2 children, 5 pregnancies, all the things, before life really started to feel like it was starting for me in a lot of ways. So it's not like you have to wait until you're completely self-actualized to bring these children through. No. But to feel a bit of a sense of path or purpose. And for some reason, I'm being called to this deck, the archetype deck, which really has nothing to do with exactly the question we're talking, but let's just see why this is pulling my attention right now for Kirsten's question about these signs and synchronicities with the animals and insects. We have Queen energy. And of course, we started out with that King. So it's like divine counterparts here. But the light attributes are radiate the regal feminine, uses her benevolent authority to protect others. The shadow attributes becoming arrogant when becomes arrogant when authority is challenged or controlling and demanding. I'm not seeing this as really coming through for you, but more you being controlling and demanding with like, I should do this, I need to do that before X, Y, and Z. But this is more just aligning with your actual divine feminine or that queen energy within you. Again, high priestess, queen, this is giving massive divine feminine here. Oh, you work in CPS. Yes, protection. So you are very protective already of children, already. So I just got chills. So you're already kind of living your purpose in a lot of ways. It's just you're finding maybe even more sense of purpose along the way. Let's get one final card. Just anything else Kirsten needs to know about these signs, symbols, synchronicities. Again, divine timing really is at play. There's some healing going on here. There's wish fulfillment. You will be able to have these children that you're wanting to have. Again, it just may be not on your time, but it's on divine time. It will happen. And I know this is something you've wanted for a long time. It will come through. It's just when you are really in this divine feminine flowing energy, living your purpose, which you're already doing. You're already doing it, but just doing it more fully, just being more embodied in this divine feminine is really going to allow these things to pop off and, doors to open for you and things to happen to where you will be living, I'm seeing 5 years from now, even less than that. But if we're going to look out, 5 years can go by in a flash these days. It feels like 2020 was just 5 years ago. It feels like yesterday in a lot of ways. 5 years from now, you're going to just not recognize your life in a lot of ways, but for the better. A lot of things will be the same, but a lot of things will also be different. It's like you're keeping the good and chucking out the bad over these next 5 years. So very cool message coming through about those signs, symbols, and synchronicities for Kirsten. So we have one more full read, which I think you donated for above. Okay, so here's our update. And then we also have the one card pull that you donated for SuperChat. So let's make sure we are on alignment here. Okay. So it was back here. So I got a couple other random famous footwear and next week's summer camp for Wrigley's email coming through, cluttering up my email here. Let me find it. There it is. Is this it? Okay. So for question next, whatever number we're on now, I feel a loss of a sense of purpose. I want to do something unique in my life, but I feel lost ever since I started working through my trauma. I'm not sure who I am anymore and what my path is. I have so many passions and skills, but a lot of them were just to impress other people. What is my path and purpose? And more importantly, what should I do for a career or business? Okay, perfect. I'm going to actually get the deck that I love to use for these types of questions, but we're going to use tarot as well. And this deck, randomly, is calling my name for this question. We're going to actually start with this one. And this is the, oh gosh, is this the answer is simple? I think I put the box away in my closet out there, so I can't remember. Answer is simple, I think. But let's give these a good shuffle. And ask Kirsten's purpose, just anything she needs to know about this confusion. Just feeling like she needs to do more with her life, but is confused. Expectations of others. Wow. Okay, that is so weird that this one came out. I should have said it before I grabbed this deck. This is the card that I saw. When I saw the back of this deck, this is the card I saw. Right here. And it's like, you can look forward, but also kind of look to the side of you because look, he's, she's, they, whatever, is very close to the edge here. So you're kind of having to be very present in the moment to know what is best for you. But we have the number 41 here, which is about change and looking forward. That's something you say, I'm looking forward to. That's something you're excited about, or at the very least curious about. It's not something you're dreading when you say you're looking forward to something. So this is letting me know your purpose, your future is something to actually look forward to, literally and figuratively speaking. So let's see. But it's also about grounding that energy into the present moment as well. Okay. Bersha will be back. She's going to load her dishwasher. Yes, we will still be here. Okay. Reclaim your art. So this is something that you used to do, something you always wanted to do, maybe even from childhood, but there is a spiritual connotation here. This does, I'm getting a tarot reading vibe as well. So if this is not literal straight up tarot reading, this is something you're using your very high priestess intuitive skills, but also there's a sense of creativity about it. It's kind of funny because I just saw my like done creative logo in my mind's eye. So it's almost like you're doing very spiritual things, but in a creative way, or you're putting this flair of aesthetic or creativity into something you're doing. And I just realized these are like strobing out. And Wrigley was, of course, in charge of the remote. Oh, there it is. Like that is a little aggressive. Let's change that back to something a little more sparkly without all the rave. We don't need to go on a rave. Let's see. maybe even that. Like that's like calm the energy a little bit. And you have to point it like right at the plug-in where the sensor is, but I digress. Okay. So it may just be slowing down, literally. I just noticed those are bright. Those are just boom, boom, boom. It's like like we're in the club, but we're trying to zen out, right? So you may need some time to kind of step away from everyone else's energy to give yourself time to just be creatively messy. I mean, look, she's got a broom here. She's got all these musical sheets of paper on the floor. She's reaching for her violin. So it doesn't have to be pretty. It doesn't have to be perfect. It can be very messy and ooey gooey. Like you don't even need to know what you're doing. Just play. It really does feel like, pulling out that old, and this is just more of a metaphor, pulling out that old dollhouse and all the dolls and their clothes and their furniture and just like setting up shop for like a whole day of playing dolls. But insert whatever that is going to be here. This really is tied to inner child. So there is some inner child healing you've done or will do or have done, are doing, that is going to greatly benefit you being able to reclaim part of yourself that you buried away because you thought, oh, the world doesn't need to see this, or I want to do that, but I should do this, this, and this because my dad, my mom, my boyfriend, my sister, my friend, my whoever says I should do these things, or I'm going to prove to them I'm better than what they said I was. So I'm going to set out and, get that job or get that degree or whatever, just to prove a point that whatever wasn't even for you. It was for someone else. This is you reclaiming what it is that sparks your heart, your joy, your happiness. You're basically studying alternative medicine with a focus on trauma right now. I think you're right on time. That is very much in alignment with what you're doing. I'm getting like counselor, healer. Again, with the protector energy, again, you're working in CPS already, but literal spiritual teacher, the high priestess that you got in the last reading. And a lot of these cards are, talking about your spiritual connection or using your spiritual gifts in alignment with whatever you're doing. Even if it's considered a more mundane, non-spiritual job, you're putting a spiritual or creative twist to it. And creative doesn't always have to be painting and music and art and drawing and that. It can just be like life is a creation. Having ideas, that's being creative. It doesn't have to be that you're putting paint to canvas. Nothing like that. Look at this girl. Hello. Energy healing, alternative medicine, focusing on trauma. You're right on target. And this, again, can look like you're offering different things. Maybe you have kind of a one-stop shop for all sorts of different things, but you're kind of starting out with one and then integrating another. And then after a while, you're like, ooh, I don't really feel like doing this thing anymore. So you kind of drop that from your repertoire. But you can always pick something back up that you've dropped the ball on or put on the back burner or said, oh, I'll never be able to do that. Specifically something from your childhood that you always wanted to do or become, but then someone somehow dulled that sparkle for you or told you, oh, that's not possible, or you can't be that or do that. And then we have body work on the back. So involves body work such as massage therapy, energy healing, physical therapy, or exercise training. So there's kind of being that personal trainer, maybe with an interest in clearing trauma as well. But then we have children. I mean, you're so multifaceted, and this is something we always get for you, is you're just so multifaceted. There's not just one thing you need or should be doing. It's just whatever your heart calls you in the direction of. And it's not that you're just like this, feather or leaf in the wind where you have no stability, no container, no containment. Maybe you are getting a degree or a certification or whatever, and you're kind of using that as the container for which the energy will flow for you. I'm always comparing myself to others in my field. Yeah, and that can be, it's like the thief of joy is, what they call comparison. We all do it though. We've all done it. We've all been there. We've all done that. I feel like I'm not unique or qualified enough to be successful. And I think that's why, kind of going back to your own inner child, nurturing your own inner child, asking your inner child, hey, come out on a date with me. Like, let's go do something you always wanted to do, or something you did enjoy as a child. Maybe even writing in a journal or creating some sort of work that you will publish. Whether this is you authoring a book, a blog, a vlog, some sort of tutorial or courses you're creating, that could all kind of fall under this author umbrella, something you're publishing or putting out into the world in some capacity. And now I have an itchy nose. That always means good luck, good fortune, a lot of support in you being able to reach other people. Even if you don't feel you're unique, it doesn't matter, because someone will see. Even if you're trying to copy or emulate someone else in your field, which a lot of people, especially, like, just take YouTube as an example, tarot specifically, because that's an easy one. We're all familiar. Let's just say, I don't know, a big tarot person. I don't watch any of them anymore. I used to. Gem Goddess, I think she's still up there, or it was Star Girl, the Practical Witch, but she's kind of changed her thing up over and over and over and over again. Like, she's not who she was when she started. Gem Goddess still feels like she's very similar energy, but just kind of evolved herself. I mean, again, I have not been on her channel probably in over 2-3 years at this point, either of them. But just last I checked, and they had been on for quite a while before that. But, you know, people will start out kind of emulating one or the other of those, or another big tarot kind of, oh, I like how she uses crystals here or flowers there or whatever. And they'll kind of, you know, kind of follow a blueprint that some other bigger name in whatever niche or genre you're in is doing. But as you kind of get the bearings of it, you can take the training wheels off. And by this, I mean copying other people or kind of doing it their style or their way. Take those training wheels off, and then you just kind of find your own way as you go. It's usually not something you have to map out or plan out beforehand. You kind of just find your bearings along the way, which is kind of what I did. I wasn't really copying anyone specifically. I had watched quite a few different tarot readers at the time just to see an amalgamation of a style. And then I just allowed my own expression to come through. I felt like I was very, like, if you go back to the Done Creative and watch some of my first pick of cards from back in like 2019, you know, I'm still bringing forth information and stuff, but I'm just very flat as far as my personality or what have you. It wasn't really until probably later in 2019 into 2020 and on that I really got my groove, and I felt like I could laugh and, you know, share personal stuff about myself and, like, not talk so damn slow, you know, things like this, that I'm just starting to naturally integrate more of who I am into what it is I'm doing. Because as I kind of gained that confidence, who I authentically am and was just started to shine through without me even trying, is what I'm trying to say. So that could be your homework, if you feel so inclined, is to just, you know, figure out what you like about certain people in your field and write that down. Stuff that maybe annoys you about certain people in your field, write that down, and then kind of just see, like, where you fall. Like, does this work for me? Does that work for me? Kind of gonna avoid being like this or doing that, and just kind of, you know, and it's really gonna take you getting out there and just doing the thing, whatever it is, to start to find your rhythm. Your authenticity will just start to leak through, even if you're trying to copy other people to get you started, like a lot of people do. No shame in that game, but you're just authentic, or like just naturally going to start being more authentic, because you are you. Like, you can't not be you. Even if you're trying to be someone else, you still leak into that. Like, it just happens, you know. And over time, you'll be like, I'm really confident. I'm feeling a little more comfortable with this. So you'll just become who you are, or allow who you are to come into what it is you're doing. Yeah, I've always got compared to my brother growing up. And when I did have accomplishments, they were minimized or ignored. And see, that is a wound that I see you being able to work through as you build your business, or, you know, overcome your trauma from the past. You're going to be able to overcome this. So many people have this. If it's not with a sibling or a cousin or a neighbor or a, you know, close friend or whatever, it's usually through the school system. There's always this hierarchy of, oh, you're the top of the class and you're the valedictorian and you're the 2.0 student and you're this and you're that. You know, we're all kind of classified or put in this kind of hierarchical system just growing up, kind of by default, even if our parents aren't the ones doing that. Like, society's kind of doing that. Just the way these systems are set up. So that wound is a very common wound that a lot of people are expressing every day, and also challenged by, and also overcoming. Yeah, you're the only person I trust for readings anymore. Your readings are always 100% accurate. Well, thank you. Yeah, I just literally connect to your spirit. And whatever your spirit wants to bring forward is what comes forward. And then when our reading is done, I close that connection to your spirit because I don't need any more information after that. But there are people, you got to be very careful. There's so many readers out there and people that, whether they're meaning to or not, let's just say most of them are not purposely doing this, but they'll hook into your energy or, connect to your energy, and then they'll just stay there. They'll just stay connected, or they won't clear or cleanse or close the portal between you. And that can create kind of messy chaos, But I always close out, when we're done talking, even people in my day-to-day life, when I'm done communicating and talking, even my own family, people, kids in my house, I'm like, okay, we're done. I'm disconnecting from your energy to be in my energy now. You can have yours back. Portal closed until next time. And that's very important. And if you're someone who's getting dumped on a lot by people, you may just have openness that people are feeling like, oh, open door, let me come on in. Yeah. But a lot of readers don't do this purposely. They don't know better. Yeah, let's see. Do you have any recommendations for mentors, classes, or resources to expand my tarot reading abilities? That I actually don't. I don't know of anybody off the top of my head. The only person I know that's teaching any kind of tarot classes, and it's not even technically tarot classes, I think she has a course on tarot reading, which is Shamanic Self, formerly known as Pleiadian Healer. But I've never personally taken that course, but I can vet out that her Breaking Out of the Matrix course, her Ancestral Healing course, a lot of other courses she has are awesome. But again, I've never taken her tarot course or anything like that. I just have always, especially with tarot, like I have tarot books and I've read about like, oh, this tarot card means that and that and that. But I got my start. I lost the tarot book very early. This is back in 1997 when we got our first tarot deck. My mom, my sister, and I would kind of use it a lot. But we lost the tarot book like pretty early on in the tarot book or tarot card game, to where I just kind of assigned, I'm like, I think this one means this, and I just use my intuition. And especially if you have different decks, you can allow the pictures and just, connecting to your own spirit to allow random messages. Like, we can have a card like this come up and I'm seeing a buffalo. I don't know. It just came through. Like there's a buffalo. So I don't know if that means anything to anybody, a buffalo animal spirit message. But you just setting the intention that I'm going to get some downloads or information from a card. Sometimes the depictions help, but then other stuff just comes through. It's called more, I guess, intuitive tarot reading. I think she's the only, Amanda Flaker, Flaker. She's here on YouTube as well. I know she's got courses called like King of Wands, Queen of Wands, that kind of thing, but I don't know if she teaches tarot specifically. But you could check out amandaflaker.com and just see if she has any tarot specific, but she's awesome. I haven't taken those courses from her if she offers them. I don't even know if she does, but that would be maybe a starting point. Yeah, but expanding your tarot reading abilities is literally just my number one advice is just do readings for people. Not even doing readings for yourself, because it was even in 2019 when I started my tarot channel. At that point in time, after doing it on, and I wasn't like consistently every day doing readings like I do, say, since 2015 probably. I started really doing a lot for people in my life just for free. And then it was finally in 2019, I'm like, let me just make a tarot channel of this. But it was in like 2015. I'm like, I want to make a tarot channel, but I never did. And then 2016 came, and then my awakening, and then 2017, 2018. And finally in 2019, I'm like, finally, I'm going to do this. I should have done it in 2015 when I had the inspiration to do it. And I just drug my feet. My best advice though, is just to do it. Just do it and 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 do it. And before you know it, you're just doing it. Like, I know that's probably not the best advice, but it's kind of like practice makes better. is where we're going. I also see what I could have achieved with the right support, right? And you almost feel cheated. Like, if I would have had the support I needed, who knows where I'd be by now? But, Matrix throwing its crap into our faces, whether we want it to or not. Yeah, it's crazy out there. Doing a lot of inner child, the same website I shared with you. The pregnancy meditation has inner child healing. Oh yeah, Carrie K. I've done some of her free meditations because I'm not part of her group or whatever, or I haven't never purchased anything from her, but her free ones are awesome. Just on her Carrie K YouTube channel. Really good stuff. I've done so many meditations from Carrie K's website. They are so good. The best part is I do my own healing and I don't allow anyone else to do it for me. And that's really where, when we are first starting a healing journey or kind of early on in it, having someone there, again, vet them out even more concisely than you do, say, tarot readers, because I would say 99% of them out there, whether they're doing this purposely or not, they are getting siphoned on or being used as a puppet. So your best bet is to set your intentions and do your own healing, cleansing, clearing. Yes, you can utilize people's meditations, people's Reiki or whatever, but of course, clear anything nefarious that could somehow be attached to that person or the thing they're bringing through. Because there's a lot of dumpster fires out there for free, paid stuff as well. I mean, you got to be really careful. When in doubt, do your own self-healing, because all healing technically is self-healing. Like I always use this example. You go to the doctor with a broken leg, the doctor's going to set the bone and get the cast on and whatever else they need to do. But once that's done, the doctor doesn't follow you home and constantly heal your leg, heal your leg. No, your body, the innate intelligence, the literal spark of spirit that animates your body heals your body. Fun fact. Yes, facilitators. Having a doctor that knows how to set a bone and put a cast on properly, greatly needed. And same with maybe having some sort of energy healer helping you with emotional healing or mental healing or whatever. Also very valid. But again, vetting these people out is going to be key. Interesting, because I was thinking, how can I approve my abilities? Improve, I think you mean. Improve. What was the first name of Amanda Flaker? Same name as me, but last name different. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, the adult chair has good meditations. Ooh, I've never heard of that one. Very cool. Yeah, and even if you're unsure and you want to just try a meditation out or a healing session with someone, just set the intention that if there are any negative hooks or attachments, entities working through this healer, working through their meditations, they have posted their courses, their whatever, it's not going to affect you. It's null and void. It's going to clear. And in fact, it's also going to work in the opposite negative effect. It's going to benefit you. Because you don't even just have to push away that negative energy. You can pull it in, alchemize it, and turn it into something useful for yourself. If there are entities or anything attached to this stuff, you can make it work in your favor. Put a reverse card on that shit. It's late, so we can swear. Well, not really late. Later. Yeah. And another thing you can do is just write declarations for everything. You can rip up contracts. I declare that the credit card company that keeps calling me null and void. I don't personally have a credit card. That's just an example. But I declare that the matrix has no effect on me anymore. And of course, we are so enmeshed in this matrix that you might have to really work at that one. Because if your mind isn't going to believe it, it's going to be difficult. So it's about reprogramming ourselves. We've got to run a program. So we might as well reprogram ourselves to run a program that's going to benefit us. All right. So I do hope that helps, Kirsten, as far as your purpose. It's not going to give you just one thing because you're multifaceted. You would get bored just doing one thing day after day after day, every time, all the time. So yeah, just try a couple things out. I mean, it sounds like you're already really living in alignment with what you're meant to be doing. It's just finding kind of unlocking higher levels of what you're already doing and maybe finding a way to monetize that. Yeah, Adult Swim mode. I love it. Oh man, I have not watched Cartoon Network in a long time, but I used to watch. Anyone remember the show Clarence? It wasn't like adult, I don't think, and I don't think so. But it was on, I think it was on Cartoon Network. Or was that on comedy? I don't remember. I think it was on Cartoon Network. Clarence. It was so cute. Like we found it. I want to say about 2 years ago. We found it somewhere streaming and watched all the episodes. But I think that came out when Boston was still in diapers. Like, it came out a long time ago. But it was just so cute. There was no swearing. There was no, like, perverted stuff. It was just cute and fun, but yet entertaining enough for someone who's as adult as I am to enjoy, you know? It was just cute. Clarence is fun. I think he's my spirit animal. Oh, my husband's coming back into town. He had to work out of town today, so he's coming back home. He's just checking in. All right, sending him heart emoji. All right. So yes, okay. So that's Kirsten's other question. So we have one more for Kirsten that is up in a super chat. So will my boyfriend be forced to move away for postdoctoral studies, or will he be able to stay? I'm hearing the song Stay. I think it's by Jewel. It was on a movie. But it's yeah, I'm hearing he'll be able to stay. But let's just tune into this and just see what's going on. And this is a shorter read, so we'll get into it. Get right into it. Woo! Okay. Look at this. Okay. So something is shifting for him for sure. But look at the major arcana. We have the moon and the death card, but we also have the Four of Wands, which is about stability and security. I want to get a read on this death card specifically and see what this is about. There's a shift or a change with something, but it's for his benefit. This could be certain laws or rules or stuff with visas. I'm not sure how all that works. That's going away, that by the time he's finished or, you know, continuing on with his education here, it's not going to affect him. This feels more like a death to the system or anything that would be standing in his way of being able to stay, because this is very solid and stable. But that being said, there are two timelines. One where he could be sent back from whence he came, but I'm really reading into he's going to be able to stay. But just like what's really been going on since 2012, 2020, really 1987 was a really big like fracture point with timelines that I'm tuning in and seeing right now. Oh, I just got chills too. You always have the ability, the opportunity, the possibility. Now I'm hearing that song Possibility by Leaky Lee, I think is her name. It's on New Moon or the second Twilight movie. So Stay by Jewel, I think that's the name of it. It's like say that you'll stay. At least that's some of the lyrics. I'm hearing songs. So songs, you may be getting downloads or being able to switch timelines through music. Very interesting. But what I'm seeing with this, Kirsten, is in any moment, he can choose to be on the timeline where he's going to be able to be where he wants to be doing his studying. Or if he's too worried about it, sometimes we can manifest that reality for ourselves, because where our attention goes, energy flows. You know, we pay attention, we spend our time. If you spend your time worrying, you're buying into that timeline. It's not about being delusional, because yes, we do kind of have to show up in this 3D reality and, you know, make certain things happen and kind of drag our feet with certain things like having to pay taxes, you know, jump through all these legal hoops to be in this country versus that country versus that country. But yet there's this element of declaring sovereignty over where you want to be. And we've gotten this similar message with Versha before as well, is to literally, maybe you're making these declarations and declaring with him. Maybe you can do, if he's spiritual at all, you can involve him and do this together to clear any contracts that are trying to keep him or to try to send him back to homeland or keep him out of this country or what have you. It's a very powerful thing you can do, because you're incarnated in this earth grid. You should be, in my honest opinion, be able to live wherever the hell you want without having to jump through 50 million hoops, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, right? But that's, as we all know, not the case right now. It's kind of a dumpster fire out there as far as all this ICE stuff and immigration. It's kind of a really weird mixed bag of scary or, oh, this ain't no big deal out there right now. So choose the timeline you want to be on and declare, make some declarations over what that's going to look like. Yeah, it would be really difficult. I do see a lot of difficulty if that was the case, but I don't see that as the most likely outcome here. And especially if he was married, not to say that you need to marry for that reason, but especially if he was married, that would complicate or throw a wrench in something. So it could be that you guys are getting engaged and then getting married before they have any chance of telling him he's got to go. And I do know, I'm just getting this information coming in of people getting married, but they still send the partner that's not on their homeland abroad. They send them back somehow. But I don't see that would be the case. But let's just see anything else Kirsten needs to know about this one before we wrap up. You will be together. And there may be a possible, there's an engagement here. Look at this. You can't deny. And it's not to get status here. That's not what this is. This is about your love first and foremost, and the added benefit of, I get to stay here. No problems coming up because I'm legal to be here because we're married and all the fun things. Even to people legally. Yeah, like I said, dumpster fire out there, and it's so wrong, and it just gets my blood boiling because really so many that live here or there or there or there or there their ancestors didn't originate here. Our spirits didn't originate here. We're all visitors on this earth plane. So what does it matter if you want to live here or here? Like, we should be able, as long as we're not hurting anyone. Oh, this gets me going all the time. Angry Amanda's coming out because, can't we all just get along? Yes, he's willing to wait. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy world out there, but again, the more we focus on something, the more we pull that in. And I know that sounds very new age and woo-woo and whatever, but it really does. If you're watching negative red pill content, you're going to start to hate the opposite sex. Or if you're watching a lot of news, like just actual CNN and MSNBC, is that a news thing? I don't know. Fox News, I think, is a thing. Still, CNN, I don't know. News, I don't watch it, so I don't know. But ABC, NBC News, I don't know. One of those. If you're watching that, they're literally telling you, these are the agendas these are the timelines we want to create. These are the agendas we're pushing. We need your attention. We need your energy. What was the biggest expense in the world beyond any military budget in any country? Was advertising for our attention. We are the batteries for this false matrix. What we pay attention to, we give permission to. And in a way, yes, we may pay attention to something that we do not agree with. Sometimes that's needed so that we can get some power about ourselves to stop something. So I'm not saying all attention, there's nuance here. No nuance Nellies in the back. Sit down. No. I love when Manifestel says that. She's like, sit in the front, no nuance Nellies. She's so funny. Yeah. Oh, me too. Wondering what will these people do when and if the source creator just said to all these leaders that I own your land, air you breathe, body you live in, and I am taking it away from. Right. Because it's pretty much, they've given us scraps and said, no, you guys are free. This is the land of the free. Last I checked, nothing out there's free. Even the stuff that's free, you still got to pay to get in your car to drive to that event, or, put clothes on your back so you can go out in public and go to this free event. Everything costs money. Even to breathe costs money in this world, unless you're a wild animal just living your best life out there somewhere. I put that in backwards. Put that in the right way. But yeah, it's crazy. But I do see you guys being able to create the life and the reality, the timeline that you're wanting for him to be able to be here. And I don't even see that it's going to have to come to getting married to avoid that, because it feels like you'll already be kind of well on that trajectory to getting engaged and just wanting to be together before that even comes knocking in your reality, is really what it feels like. So, whew, good. That's exciting, because there would be nothing worse than for you to find the one and then them have to move halfway across the world because Uncle Sam said so. No. No, we're not here for that at all. No thanks. No thanks. All right, Kirsten, I hope that resonated for you, my dear. So next we have Katie R. And then Crazy Tempest, you're on deck. And then Versha with her group of questions. And I'll just check real quick to see that that's up to date. Okay, so Versha's donated enough for 3 full questions or 6 yes/no questions, or however you want to split that up. That is your prerogative when we get to your questions. So I'm just going to write 3 full questions, and then, of course, we can break it down however we need to from there. Let me go back to my camera view. Okay, let me update our list. Getting into Katie's question, let me go to my email. Katie. She's over here somewhere. Found her. Okay. Thank you for your patience, Katie. We are now to your question. Oh, no question in the PayPal. So go ahead and post your question. We'll get right into it for you, Katie. There she is. Bye, Kirsten. Have a good one. Get some rest. Good sleep. Ooh, and look, we have the rest card on the back of the deck. So it looks like it'll be a peaceful rest. Set your intentions that you do not allow any consent for anything negative to affect your energy while you sleep. I always say, or I always kind of do my whole protection routine. And then I say that my true spirit, my true spirit, who I am outside this matrix, is in control of my consciousness while I sleep. Anything looking to deter me from my path or hurt me and harm me in any way, I rebuke you. All right, a message from Stacy for Katie tonight. We're tuning in to see what's going on with Stacy. Anything Stacy would like Katie to know at this time. And we have the 3 of Cups. This is like soul sister vibes, gatherings, get-togethers. This is like some sort of event. And I think I recently tuned in, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was your reading, that you guys are going to go to some sort of event together. Could be a concert, could be like a wedding, could be a, I don't know, something where you're getting together, celebrating, or at least having a good time. Maybe there's some music, there's some dancing, there's some fun, at least really great conversation at the very least. Or at the very least, that's what she's wanting, is some sort of going to some sort of gathering. This could even be like a farmer's market. I'm seeing like tomatoes and strawberries and like homemade bread and fun things like that. So if there's some sort of farmer's market in your area, she might want to go with you. Something where you're getting together. Yeah, very fun. But this also could be like an all-day thing where you're going to a farmer's market, then you're going thrifting, then you're going here, there, having some dinner or lunch or whatever, kind of making a day of it. It feels very fun. Just, oh, we both need this. My cup is running over. I feel so good and so connected to you. So making some plans. She wants to make some plans with you. This comes out a lot. Like she's wanting to step up and make some plans with you. And it's very dark in here now. Let me just see what the lighting situation's looking like. It's just a little too dark. Okay, the light is a little, it's not as bright because we got, oh God, it's worse actually. Never mind, I lied. I'm bringing the ring light in. We're pausing Stacy's message momentarily because, wow, that is bright. Okay. It's just right here. Okay. Ugh. All right. Too many totes in the way. We're going to figure this out. Okay. Ring light has been acquired. Now I just need to find the proper plug-in and then plug it in. Found it. Okay. Stand by. Refill your beverages. Go pee. Whatever you need to do. I'm getting it together here. Okay. That's not the right cord. Okay. I need this cord. Okay. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. Here we go. Okay. Plugging it in. Okay. I gotta turn it on. And close the blinds. I don't even know how bright I need it, but we will come back and assess that situation. Ow. Stepped on my tote lid. Okay. We'll just put it that way. That's better. Okay. Shed some light on the situation. Oh, that looks so much better. I mean, we got my bug-eyed lighting situation going on. Even though these are my blue light blocking glasses, but normally they don't have as bad of a glare as my other ones, but oh my gosh, sorry. So this may play into our reading with Stacy to Katie. The fact that she wants to do all these things, but then she's got this going on, this going on, this going on. So it's like she's kind of distracted or like, okay, I got all this stuff. Oh yeah, you have her. Oh, she has my contact info, but I don't have her. So hopefully she reaches out. Yeah, it really, look, yeah, it's like you can manifest this if that's what you want. Is just like almost like telepathically. And especially like as you're either waking up in the morning or about to fall asleep, it feels like that's when you're more easily able to, how? I thought we had this on stable. Let's not get crazy. I don't even remember what number that would be. Oh my gosh, sorry. I gotta point it down here. I always point it at the lights. There we go. Number 8. Calm yourself. Lights. Okay. Yeah, it really does feel like she's got all these things going on. It's like, yes, I want to do this. I want to do this. And then she doesn't follow through, but she's wanting to start following through. It does feel like she will reach out. Yes. Look, something she's putting to rest, putting to an end, not like in a bad way, but something is coming to an end. This could be something that she's kind of been invested in or having to spend a lot of time with. Could be something with work or something she spends a lot of time doing that it's like that project has come to an end or, again, ending. There's an ending. There may even be a trip she's going on with family. And then when she gets back from that trip, she wants to go hang out. She wants to get together. So she will be texting you, I do feel. And this feels like July. So we're in July. So before the end of the month, at least that's her intention. As far as her actually following through, kind of remains to be seen because she's kind of like wanted to do this, but then like, oh, it's been so long. Like, I feel weird now. Like, she's probably like upset that I didn't reach out or whatever. But it does feel like you will be able to connect with her. Let's just see anything else. Let's go to this little deck here. Anything else? Because she's gonna, it may even be, okay, that's what's coming through. It may even be, funny. He's like stranded. He's like, thank God. But double changes are leading to a new beginning. So she's changing a lot of things, closing a lot of things out. She may be simplifying. I mean, this guy's living a very simple, not simple. I won't say simple. It's a very difficult life, but like he's got few things, you know, belonging wise. But what I see is you almost feeling this relief when she reaches out. Like, okay, she does enjoy my company. She does like me. She does. It's just life has been something or another. Hit, and then a miss. And then a hit, and then a miss. And she's been in this energy for a long time, but she's just ready for this fresh new beginning. Anything else Katie needs to know from Stacy? Yeah, she's ready to rise to the occasion. She's ready to... Very interesting, because we were talking about either before you go to sleep or right as you're waking up. So especially in the morning, your connection, again, the lighting is not doing this justice. There we go. Your connection to her telepathically, like, hey, text me so we can get together. To kind of send her that little telepathic message, especially right when you wake up. If you remember, before you even really get started, you can just close your eyes, connect your heart and envision your heart connecting to her heart, or, you know, your souls like in communion to get this message to her. And she will receive it loud and clear is what I'm hearing. The smoke signals you're sending will be received loud and clear. Not that you're as desperate as this guy, not at all. But as far as you getting the message, because this guy's sending up smoke signals. I love that. Especially in the morning. And you may also hear from her sometime in the morning. Again, feels before the end of the month. Because she just needs some girl time. She needs time to hang out, and she hasn't made that a priority for herself, not only with you, but like with a lot of people in her life. And we have decide the outcome and celebrate you. So she's saying you decide the outcome, meaning we're going to hang out. I want to hang out, but I need you to initiate this because the ball's in your court. Don't have your contact info. So you're going to have to be the one so that you're getting what you want here. And then we have celebrate you. This is very in alignment with that 3 of Cups we had earlier. And I know they're holding fans in the background. They're the 3 ladies in the background. But it almost looks like they're 3 cups because they're kind of golden colored. So it's almost like the 3 of Cups card you got earlier is now watching someone dance. And then there's another guy off to the side here. So you may actually potentially, this is a potential, not a like set in stone, because, you know, action she takes or doesn't take could determine this. But I see potentially if you're at some sort of farmer's market or local event, you could also run into her in public. And then somehow you can spark this conversation to like, let's hang out, let's make plans. And not just let's make plans, but let's actually follow through on those plans and have them come to fruition. And again, this feels very much like this is happening before the end of the month. So you can manifest this reality by sending those smoke signals or like telepathic communication out to her. And then let go and flow. Because you may even just set the intention with the universe that you will run into her out in public somewhere. If you live in a small enough town, well, hey, I live in a town of, they say it's 80,000 population, but they've said that since even before COVID, and so many freaking people moved here during COVID. I say our little population here, not so little anymore. It's over 100,000. When I tune in energetically, that's what it is. That's what it is. But I kind of live on this one end of town, as we do, right? We live in one section of town or another. And I constantly am running not only into the people with, you know, just different school or sporting events that my kids are involved in, those people, but I'm also running into, like in the grocery store, the same people, you know, because we're kind of in this little section of town. So if you kind of know or understand the section of town she lives in, and you're kind of showing up in that section of town, you may be running into her. Or if you kind of live in a similar section of town, you may be running into her. If she lives at a distance, this could be a little more difficult. But not to say you may be very like taken aback and pleasantly surprised that you might run into her in your neck of the woods somehow, if that's the case that she lives at a distance. Because I am seeing a bit of a distance between you, that it's not like, oh, we're just up the same neighborhood that we're running into each other at the grocery store. That may be less of a possibility. But it's a potential. Again, not set in stone because she hasn't made that decision to go to here or there or wherever it is. So, but be open-minded, open your heart. Don't live too far from her, maybe 30 minutes from here. Gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, that still is distance enough that you're probably not, you know, a mile apart. You know, if you're 30 minutes away, even if you live in a big city, like usually a mile, it doesn't take 30 minutes, usually. But yeah, I do see that as a potential, but it's even more likely that you just will hear from her by the end of the month. And then you guys can initiate those plans and then follow through. Perfect. Okay, up next with Crazy Tempest. And if you haven't posted your question in PayPal, go ahead and post it, Crazy Tempest. She said she's back. Cool. Okay. And then we have Versha times, I think it was 3. I didn't put that correctly last time. Okay. You have a good evening as well, Katie. Good to read for you. And thanks again for your donation, as always. All right. So Crazy Tempest. And then Versha rounding us out. Let me just double check that we're up to date on our list. Yes. Okay, perfect. So, okay. And I will timestamp just in case Crazy Tempest wants timestamp. So we're going to go with, I got to go back to my camera view real quick. Oh, and I noticed my hair doesn't look as crazy and frizzy in this lighting. This is more true to life, what I'm seeing here, than what it looked like with that window open earlier. I'm like, wow, my hair looks horrid on this camera. But I wasn't even going to go there. I'm like, yeah, it's wild, but wow, it looked dry and just crazy. Now it looks a little better. This is more true to life. I promise there's more shine in it than is coming across on this really dull webcam. All right, we're at 2:13:38. Crazy Tempest. 2:13:38. Okay, that looks like a D, not an 8. Let me add a little bubble under that. Okay, so let's go to your question. Oops, wrong tab. Okay. So I would like to know why Melissa contacts my cousin about me after going a different direction in the connection when they have a way of getting a hold of me. Okay, let's tune into this. But also I was curious how the person know we're interconnected due to my cousins, along with how come they are afraid to contact me. Straightforward. All right, let's tune into why they are acting in this way. Weirdly enough, I want to start with this deck instead of tarot. We'll just see what's going on. I just hear my kids yelling at each other. I think they're playing, but there's always a message. Okay, just see. So this feels to me like it's like Melissa wanted. It's really convoluted and complicated. There is this element of jealousy directed toward you from Melissa, but it's almost like they want to know like what is going on with you without asking you, to be able to kind of almost have this like eagle eye view of what's going on with you, even though the connection kind of I'm seeing like stuttered and stopped. There's an element of jealousy here. But let's just see. Whoa. Okay, very interesting, because we're getting some like romantic feelings here. There's some romantic feelings. So, if that's definitely not the case, then this could just be a lack of self-love on Melissa's part toward themselves, that like wouldn't put any effort in, is what I see. And it caused a lot of confusion for you, to where you're just like, what the F do you want me to do? Because you're not putting any effort in, and I'm sure as heck tired of doing all of this. So you just kind of kept doing you, and then Melissa went off in a different direction. Let me go back and read your question so I make sure I'm covering this thoroughly. Contacts the cousin. So let's see why. So there is this element of jealousy for sure coming out. Contacting the cousin. Wow. Very interesting. We got some family energy here for sure. We have mother and father. Not to say that Melissa's in contact with your mother and father, but again, this feels much like this was something she learned in childhood, or the way she was brought up, of you want to know something about someone, instead of just being outright and like contacting that person to ask about that person. It's like a sneaky kind of backdoor around the way kind of energy. Because it's like they can easily get a hold of you, but they choose to kind of take these back around the way ways of, again, it's going back to childhood, but it's going to this sense of jealousy, like checking up on you to make sure you're not doing, or if you are doing better than them, is kind of the energy it's giving. But let's just see. Curious about the person you were interconnected due to your cousins. Oh, how the person knew you were interconnected due to the cousins. Let's just see how person knew you were interconnected due to the cousins. Very interesting. Yeah, it has something to do with family. Like family is playing a huge role here. I mean, we've got like extended family kind of energy. I know that's more 10 of Pentacles, but I am getting a very like emotional connection vibe, but also like someone who used to date someone, or someone who had a crush on someone. And we did get like kind of almost like sexual identity or identity confusion earlier, that confused you with kind of the mixed signals that you were getting from Melissa. And again, there could have been a crush between you, one or the other, or both. You did have a crush on her years ago. Gotcha. Okay, so that could somehow be playing a role energetically, not maybe like that's a topic of conversation, but energetically there may be the reason you gave Melissa so many chances, if that makes sense, to where she kind of took advantage of that. Even if she didn't know that, energetically, it's almost like you were like, you saw her red flags, but you kept giving her the green light to keep coming into your life, even though she wasn't giving much back. But as far as the family thing and how the person knew we were interconnected due to your cousins, it like was somehow common knowledge, or found this out through mutual friends or family. But again, it's giving more family than friends here with all this family energy. let's see. Along with how come they are afraid to contact you straightforward. Yeah, let's get to the bottom of that. Because, again, I'm seeing jealousy. I'm seeing this is just the way she does things because that's how she was raised. Is if you want to know something about someone, ask everyone but them, even though that makes no sense. But to her, it makes perfect sense. This is how she was raised. It's like, yeah, I just saw the Ten of Pentacles as I kind of stuttered there about how the family was built and how she learned to, you want to know something, go through all these back end ways instead of just coming right out and asking the person what you want to know, which seems like the most direct and easy way to go about it. But let's just see if we can get any information on why they didn't come contact you straightforward. There's also confusion on her end. That's why. She's confused. Like, she wants to know where she stands with you before she reaches out. Because she does want to reach out for some reason. Why? Yeah, she wants to go in your direction again. So she is missing the attention that you gave her. Is that all she's looking to gain is attention? Or what are her intentions toward Crazy Tempest? Melissa's intentions toward Crazy Tempest. It's almost like wanting to heal from that past connection and have like a reunion. And normally this is like I'm moving away in another direction, but because she has you've kind of already done that, or, kind of the connection's kind of fizzled, stuttered, stopped is what I saw earlier. Because the connection's already kind of done that, it's like she wants to somehow go back in your direction, but isn't sure how to like put her toe in the water or test the waters. And it's almost like she's asking what's going on with you from your cousin, just to see kind of where you stand. I mean, it would be best if she just said, hey, I miss you. I'm so sorry that things didn't, go work out, or, I dropped the ball on our friendship or whatever. But instead of her being able to do that, because she doesn't have those healthy communication skills from childhood, she doesn't have that. She's just relying on gossip. Yeah, you're right. Someone said gossip earlier, and Six of Wands in reverse is like pure ego or gossip, or, kind of almost hidden energy. Like I want to know about you, but I don't want you to know I want to know about you. Yeah, jealousy definitely is just ego. That's funny. I used to defend her when she did that for finding truths, but you go to the first. Right. I'm curious. It's best to just call cousins. Call my cousins. Don't know nothing. Right. Yeah, your cousins don't know much more than she knows as far as what she's looking to gain or know about you. She'd have been much better off just connecting with you directly to get the information she needed. So she didn't get the information she needed, but yet there's still this urge or yearning to reach out or to know about you or to connect with you. Let's just see if she actually will reach out. Let me put all of these away because we got a lot going on here. Make sure we're including all of this in case there's a recurring theme here. If Melissa will reach out to Crazy Tempest, let's say before September, because I'm kind of seeing like near future. Let's see, like next July, August, September. So she's planning to at some point reach out. So it wouldn't be unheard of that she reaches out. Been patient with her, just kept quiet as I was getting to know her to see if what I hear was true. She might, when I go back to TikTok, doing tarot, but that's after surgery. Yeah, that might be the way she comes in. So after surgery, after you're back on there, you might just see her in some sort of comment or chat or something that it's surprising to you. It does feel surprising, but, forewarned is forearmed as far as you. Yeah, it's somewhere in a public place, publicly recognized. It's going to be through TikTok or some other public platform that she'll reach out to you because it feels safer than a PM or a DM, direct message, private message. It's much more public than a private message. And it may just be testing the waters just to see how you'll react to seeing her. Oh, Melissa, or, oh, hi, however it is you respond. So just, again, forewarned is forearmed as far as knowing that, okay, this is most likely going to happen between now and around September 9th. Between now and then, she will somehow stumble upon one of your something public and comment or respond in a public manner to kind of see how you'll respond to that, or if you ignore her, or whatever the case may be. Yeah. So then this fell into my lap, the Emperor. So she wants to somehow feel in control of the situation without looking like she cares, which is kind of sad, because we would want our friend to know that they care about us, right? You would want them to know that. Even if you've had a falling out, like it would hopefully be no secret that you would probably still care about that person on some level, but it's almost like she doesn't want you to know that she cares about how you feel about her. It really does feel like it is all about her, even into the future. Like she would maybe repeat these patterns or cycles again. She hasn't really learned any lessons here to where she would be a better friend to you moving forward. So it's almost like it would just be a waste of your time to even entertain letting her back in. Not to say that she would hurt you or harm you in any way. It's just kind of more of the same. But it definitely doesn't look like a bonus or a benefit to you to have her as like a friend at this time. That could change. It could change, but at least into the near future, it doesn't look like she's changed her ways enough that it would be worth it for you to have her as a friend. But it does look like she's going to try to come back in, or at least test the waters and see if you'd be interested in having her come back in, because she feels very bored right now. She feels bored. So she's looking to have some friendship, some excitement. Even if her default is just kind of, I just want to stay home and stare at the wall, even when friends are around, like it doesn't, like her energy levels aren't very exciting. So it's not like, not that you need this friend that's jumping out of airplanes and skydiving and going on roller coasters. Like you don't need that level of excitement, but you need someone that's going to at least laugh with you, have some banter, initiate some contact, make some plans, follow through. And she just kind of bounced a flat ball once and called it dribbling, is what it feels like. Like it's what I'm seeing in my mind's eyes, like someone trying to dribble a flat ball, but she's not putting enough effort in to go pump the ball up and make sure it dribbles properly. Like she's just, yeah. Which I'm sorry, because you deserve a friend that's actually going to participate in a friendship. And that's just not what she's going to do. Maybe at first, kind of like a love bombing situation to get back in, but then eventually she'll go back to almost barely a pulse, stutter, stutter, stop, with how she's showing up. And you don't deserve to have to carry and drag the dead weight of this potential friendship if she's really not willing to put much more in than she already has. Not sure if someone can show someone their patterns unless they are open and ready to see it. She doesn't seem to be open to it. Yeah, absolutely. Last I knew, she was with someone, figure not my go-to thing. Oh, yeah. I have ways, Versha. People just don't like it. Right? People be stick in the mud. And that's what her energy does feel like. And you deserve to, have some fun. Even if singing is not your thing, and this is like an opera singer in front of, you can kind of see a crowd out here a little bit, but just do what lights you up, whether it's on your own time, with friends, whatever. And if she's just not in alignment with that, it's really not worth your time or trouble to try to explore that. Oh, we had just sing, now we've just laugh. And the word just sing, just laugh. It's like, it's very spontaneous. It's not like you had to plan, like, let's make a joke and then we'll laugh at it. Like someone just said something and then you both laughed. Or just sing. It's very spontaneous. So you do deserve someone who's more spontaneous. Not to say you can't have a friend that makes plans and then you guys follow through with plans, but she wasn't even doing that. But she also wasn't spontaneous within the friendship or connection to the degree that it felt fun for you. Maybe at times in the beginning, sure, but definitely not toward the end. Yeah, true. I will just see what she does. I really don't give major second chances. Yeah. And I see, even if she does try to come in, she's going to read the room really right off the bat and realize you're just not open for business as far as rekindling that friendship. Yeah. For sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's because you shine your light. That brings up their shadow. In light, their ego springs up to fight it and hide. And that's probably where that jealousy is coming in, Versha. I think you have a very apt description of what's going on here. Even though Melissa benefits from your light and your charm and your, friendship, she almost takes it as a threat to her own self, which is really weird. I mean, it's giving high school friendship that, oh, we're in competition, not community, not collaboration. Where most adult friendships, especially female friendships, if anyone is trying to compete with you, that is just, as an adult, it's just not a good look. It's not a good friend to have. You want people who support you, and if you're telling them personal things, they're not going to go use it against you or gossip about you, and that have your back and lift you up. You want that supportive cheerleader friend, that you're also that supportive cheerleader for them. And when one's a supporter and cheerleader and the other one's just taking, it just, nah. Yeah, that's happening with me and Kay. Been there, done that. Yeah, it's not worth it. It's definitely, as an adult, you're better off having no friends than a friend that's going to use you or abuse you or be in competition with you in any way. It's just not. It's not for most people in their divine feminine specifically. It's fun for the divine masculine to have a bit of healthy competition in friendship, absolutely. But competition is just not. It's not fun in female friendships. It might be fun at first or whatever, but it will fizzle out big time. It's too much for, and people who, identify as female or, just more in their feminine energy. It's draining after a while to be in competition with people. Yeah. Ain't going to be a female much longer as, I ain't going to be a female much longer as is. Well, maybe that competition, if you're in transition, will just be much easier at that point for sure. But, it still feels like she would be a drain on your energy even once transition is complete. You know what I mean? So it's like, do I, don't I? Do I care? Don't I care? I don't know. She just feels more neutral to kind of going into negative territory than neutral going into positive as far as the future of your friendship together. So yeah, it's almost like, been there, done that. Well, big hugs, Crazy Tempest. It's just kind of weird to feel like someone's trying to snoop on you from behind the scenes, and it has nothing. It really does, though. Crazy Tempest, it has nothing to do with you. It's all her and her own, childhood wounding, trauma, all the things that she's just projecting. So she'll find someone else, I think, to kind of be the one always doing the things, and then she'll probably they'll get bored or tired of her doing that and kind of do this, have a similar thing happen as well. This feels very much like a pattern for her, whether it's with the same friend over and over or different friends. She's always falling into this pattern. Yeah, apparently it's almost everyone I am around these days. Their light coming on to the planet is shining. Oh, the light shining light on everyone's deepest, darkest selves. Absolutely. Yeah, people being triggered left, right, and center out here. Oh man, yeah, it's tough out here right now for sure. All right, Versha, we are at your questions, but I did see that Kalite has donated. So did you want to have Kalite go first, or do you want to tackle some of your questions and then Kalite, let me know what you want to do. So I'm gonna actually get some chapstick. I've been talking. Talk. All right, let me grab that real quick. All right. As weird as this may sound, because this is all we do when we are together, you and I that are watching right now. I'm not a big talker, just like in my day-to-day life. I mean, I can get on my tangents and my soapboxes for sure, but like as far as talking to my kids and stuff, it's not something yes, I talk to my kids obviously, but it's not like I'm having 2-hour and 33-minute conversations where I'm doing all the talking with my kids. So my voice gets tired after a while. Oh, Bear's just gonna let her go first. Thank you so much. Yeah, so we can either own it or project it to others. Yeah, I noticed that even for me, not talking to her in like 10 years, you become more of yourself on here in a sense. Yes. I'm a chatterbox since I was small. I can be. Let's just put it out there. Around the right people, I can absolutely, like, especially if I'm talking like things that really light me up, like spiritual topics or, tarot or plants. At this point in time, I'm very up on the plant soapbox. Yeah, if it's something I'm interested in or learning more about, obviously, if I'm learning about something someone else is interested in, I'm letting them do most of the talking, but I'm also a very good listener. That's one thing that came up in both my human design, my what do you call it? My birth chart, like, astrology, and from my higher self during my I just got chills. My hypnosis with Alba Weinman was one of my greatest gifts to this world is I'm a good friend. Maybe not to everybody, but yeah. And a lot of times I'm like, I'm not a great friend because I always drop the ball, like especially when my phone is doing the thing it's doing. Like my poor friend Jessa, she's just like, I don't even leave her on red. I see the notification pop up and then I click it and I can't get into my messages. And poor Versha, I know she will text me from time to time and I'm like, click, oh, I can't get in. And then I feel bad because days go by and then finally my phone will let me in. And then I like try to binge watch and catch up with everything that was sent. So I'm trying. I do need, again, the system data has taken over on this phone again. So I think it's just at the point, my phone is over 5 years old now. It's an iPhone 11. And I got it when it was kind of first coming out, I think, because before the 11 had the iPhone 6. So apparently every 5 or 6 iterations, I then upgrade. What are we on now? Are we on this iPhone 16? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, my phone is doing what it does best and it's not working very well again. And I can try to go in and then I'll get this black screen with this like white spinning that's not even spinning, but it looks like it's supposed to be spinning in the middle, like it's thinking. And then my whole phone just crashes and it keeps doing that. And I tried to like call someone and it did it. So like I can't even call people. I can barely text people. Can barely go on anything. So it basically, this summer has just been sitting on the counter because I can't use it most of the time. So I'm just like, ugh. It's like planned obsolescence. Because my husband, gosh, when was that? Back in March or April, he did like a full factory reset on the phone because the system data was taking up like 63% or some 60 something percent. And then of course, pictures, apps, whatever, videos. It'll tell you if you go in system data, it'll tell you how much storage is being taken up by whatever. And it said system was like the gray portion of the bar was like 63%. And I'm like, what could that even be? And then he cleared it, did a factory reset and got it way down, like 20, I can't remember the percentage, but it was like under 20% was system data. And I had all this room to roam. And of course I'm taking videos and pictures and whatever with my freed up space. And before I know it, it's not even pictures and videos that I was taking that is taking up all the space. It's again, system data was at like, it's not even gonna let me in. But you can see like some of my apps are grayed out, like it just won't load properly. Yeah, it won't let me in, so. Or will it? It's thinking about it. My God. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. It's kind of doing the thing. So look how much gray system data. I don't think so. With how many freaking photos I have on here, it should be photos taking up all that space. But yet again, system data taking up all the space. And what even is system data? Oh no, I don't know. Probably like the iOS. It should not be taking up that big of a percentage. And I know my husband, when he went in, he's like, oh, this percentage is this percentage is that. But I couldn't do that from the screen I was on. So I don't know how he did that. But he's like, this much percent is system data. I'm like, that doesn't sound right. Doesn't sound right. But yeah, that's what I'm working with. So, all right, let's get into Kalite's question. So just wanted to know what my angels had to say to me at this time, mainly about my spiritual gifts. I had a dream where I actually met in this space between space and talked to two of them, I believe, a realm. I think I'm starting to see etheric fields of people and objects. It's hard to not doubt if what I'm experiencing is real sometimes. No, you're absolutely correct. You are experiencing things beyond the veil because literally and technically the veil is now gone. It's gone. There's nothing stopping us from getting outside this matrix except our own matrix programming. as we are, it's not that we have to heal or whatever, because that's, I think, one of the biggest traps that a lot of us fell into with the New Age movement, if we've fallen into that, is we need to heal ourselves. We got to heal. We got to overcome our trauma and our wounds. Okay, to some degree, I guess, yes, that does sound like something we need to do. But more importantly, we just need to remember that that trauma that happened to us does not shape who we actually are. It can't touch our actual spirit. And remembering, and I was going to do a whole thing on this, is like, we don't need to heal. We just need to peel away what is not us, what is the false self, what is the, not even the ego. It's not like we need to throw away these things, but just to integrate them or transmute them, alchemize them, and integrate them into what we are. Because these are all just masks or suits or whatever that we're wearing. It's not even us. But the fact that the veil is gone and we just need to unprogram ourselves, that's what's kind of, front and center right now. So for Kalite, let's see. Dun, da, da, da. I need to read your question again. Let's just see, mainly about your spiritual gifts. What do your guardians, angels, whatever is in alignment with your true spirit, need to know, or need you to know at this time about your spiritual gifts specifically? Ooh, okay. So it's very interesting because there's some upgrades coming to your body. Yeah, planned obsolescence. Absolutely. And I like to say there's a planned obsolescence going on now with the Matrix, because they could only go so long, so far, so long before we start waking up. So this is a beautiful segue. We're just talking about, system data's taken up. But we're kind of playing a Uno reverse card on this now, that the Matrix, system data in this regard is the divine matrix, the actual original blueprint of where we're at and what we're doing. And the veil has to go. The matrix has to go. So there may be some body signs. You're feeling tingles. You're feeling twinges. You're just feeling certain things in your body. Even shifts or changes in your body. But your body is one of your biggest tools for you to allow your spiritual gifts to come online, Kalite. Your body is one of your biggest, like, barometers. I'm seeing like a big barometer, or like a big temperature, like a thermometer. It's your biggest tool, I guess, to use to know what's going on. And it's very interesting here. She's looking in a mirror. Again, the matrix is almost like this false, because when we look in a mirror, we're seeing a reverse image of what we actually look like. The only way we could probably see what we actually look like that's not just a reflection is if someone were to take a picture and then, put it the right way, and we would see ourselves as others see us. Because we'll never see ourselves as others see us, because we are ourselves, right? But I'm seeing this as actually, it's like the true self, the true spirit that you are, Kalite, and then the false self, or the matrix view that, distortion is what I'm seeing. So as far as these spiritual gifts that are coming online for Kalite, because I do feel absolutely that is the case. Let's just see what some of these spiritual gifts for Kalite are in alignment with her true spirit coming in. Well, this is about you trusting that your feelings and dreams, trusting your feelings and dreams to guide your career path, but also your spiritual path, your personal path, all the paths. And I just heard all paths lead home, which is to your spirit. So this is about you actually trusting that you thinking, I'm meeting up, in this kind of between space. Trust it. Just as you trusting yourself. If anything feels off, or there's a red flag with a person or some sort of angel or guide, trust your intuition on it, because it's not going to steer you wrong. So let's read your question. So as far as this meeting you felt you had, you actually met them in this between space. Let's just tune into that. See what's going on here. Wow. Yeah, this was a space of your own creation. And you met them. They are you. That's what I'm hearing. They are you. They are aspects of your spirit that are coming to assist you. Because, again, going in alignment with the trust, we always want to put our trust in some, government or president or teacher or guide or whatever. And we always, even if we think we know ourselves, we always get that like outside validation from someone else. So this is parts of your own spirit coming forward to act almost as angels or spirit guides for you. But it is actually you. It's you helping yourself. I also tapped into my Akashic records and had so many past lives. I picked one of them and it said Sumerian, and that my name was Legua or Legui. And that means light guide. I didn't even read that until, okay, boom, exactly. What you just said is what I just said, but I read that after the fact. Hello. Yes, you are your own light guide. As a past life versions of you are helping you in this life as well. Wow, that was cool. Oh my gosh. Let's see any other spiritual gifts that may be coming online. But this is you learning to trust yourself. These aspects that are you, of course, vetting out anything that's trying to connect or hook into your energy, that it is for your highest good. Because there's a lot of, I'd say 99% of all these spirit guides out here are actually looking to hook in and harvest our energy, pretending to be something they're not. And I got duped and tricked as well by this Archangel Michael archetype, by putting that trust outside of myself. But you're bringing that trust back front and center. Not to say you can't get outside help or validation or whatever from time to time, but always checking that or comparing that to what you know to be true for yourself from your own spirit, always. And then we have justice. Your career or path, whatever we're looking at here, brings fairness and protection to others who need your help. So you are almost, again, I'm seeing you with your like music, your creativity, again, because you got the create card here. You're a very creative spirit. That is one of your favorite things to do when you incarnate, is to find a way to be super creative, not only with music, but with all sorts of things. But I'm actually seeing your music being, it's like you're giving messages of I got chills. I got chills. They're multiplying. This is about you having this sense of protection. It's like there are codes. Oh gosh, chills. Like codes of protection are wrapped up in your music, in you just showing up as you being in someone's presence. This is adding like a protective shield around the people around you. And then look, you are also yourself protected, safe and supported while you change your career or make any changes you need to your life. And we have flowers here. So you do have a really deep connection with the natural world. So the more natural you can connect to, like actual nature, animals, plants, flowers, your own spirit, the nature of your own spirit is really coming through as well. And we didn't pull one of these for you earlier, and I'm being called to pull one of these for you as well, Kalite. Yeah, continue to use your inner compass. Yes, because that is what's guiding you to further awaken and slough off or transmute these false versions of yourself or these traumas, these wounds, anything that you feel you need to heal about yourself. You're just realizing, no, I am whole and complete and pure without all this garbage that was kind of layered onto my energy field. And then we have their rejection is your protection. So not everyone's going to get this newer version or more evolved, enlightened, sorry about my dogs, connected version of you. Not everyone's going to get it. And that's okay, because it's not for everyone to get it. But those who will get it, oh, do they get it? You hit them right in the spirit in such a good way. And we have the number 30. So there may be even some sort of collaboration. You're coming together with someone else to collaborate to create something. And it's going to be beneficial for both of you. That's crazy you say that, because I channel my wisdom into my music, even if I didn't do research, etc. I just know. And that's Kalite. I would say you're on the right track with that. That's called claircognizance. You don't need to be reading up on like all of these spiritual concepts or like real life lesson type concepts. You just get downloaded from your own spirit to know these things. So in fact, it would maybe hinder some of your spiritual evolvement or evolution to be trying to read up on these things, because you're so far advanced in so many ways beyond what these like basic books or practices or systems in place are telling you to do, that it would almost like limit you or put you in a box that you don't need to be in. You're outside the box. Wow. Very Aquarius energy with that. So Not everyone's going to get it. But then we have take the lead. Your movement forward is intoxicating. And we have the 52, which adds up to a 7, which is a very spiritual number. So allowing your spirit to inspire you to take the lead, not just with your music, but like with your life in general. And that you can be in the more receptive role at times, but you're leading the way with your spirit, with your energy. And the tiger, specifically a white tiger, I'm seeing this white tiger, which are very rare. That might be some sort of spirit animal or spirit totem, animal totem that you can call on when you really want to step into your power. The white tiger. Ooh, I got chills. I'm actually going to look up the spirit animal of the white tiger. That's never specifically come through. Again, it's just sitting there. Okay, I finally thought about it and let me into my stuff. Okay, white tiger. My mom actually pet a white tiger once. She was cleaning this laundromat, one of her like 5 odd jobs back in the day. And there was a magician in town, and they had a white tiger, and she got to pet it just out in the parking lot because they came to, after hours, they were closed, but my mom let them in to do some laundry. Oh my goodness. White tiger animal totem. Let's read up about this white tiger. Okay. Whew, I just got a big chill. Okay. The white tiger is often associated with the white tiger totem. Symbolize spiritual enlightenment, clarity, and divine connection. It is a powerful symbol of balance, strength, and grace, representing the duality within oneself and the heart. Ooh, I have chills all down my legs right now. Achieved by embracing both light and shadow. Yeah, this isn't about pushing away or, trying to deny those more, as we would say, good or bad, white, light versus dark, whatever. This is about embracing. And I have major ringing in my left ear. So there's a lot of spiritual downloads here. Strength, beauty, spiritual power, perfection, peace, innocence, dignity, cleanliness, and awareness. White tiger, I always say my cat was a tiger in a past life. Well, on that. Oh, so true. That's another reason why I feel like I can't relate to a lot of people just because of who I am. Well, on that deep level. Yes, absolutely. Aw. So you having your cat absolutely is like the divine embodiment. Oh, I have chills. If you could see my legs, they are so white right now. I don't think you need to see them, but there they are. Super chills. Wow, just powerful. So know that there are no accidents that you call your cat a white tiger in a past life, because most likely that's the case. There are no accidents here. You're very tuned in. It's only going to keep evolving and growing as you go. You're going to look back, say, 3 months from now, 2 years from now, 6 years from now, and be like, wasn't that cute? Kalite from that day, thought she was so evolved, because things are going to amp up even more, to where you're going to look back and be like, wow, I thought I knew things then. Look at what I know now. So cool. Yeah, you've got a lot of spiritual support from your own spirit, from source, from guardians, from, angels. I do believe there are protectors and guardians outside this matrix, but a lot of what the new age says, spirit guides, angels, like, you can get into some slippery territory. So just always be sure you're vetting them with your true spirit, in divine alignment, not in the matrix alignment. Super cool. Well, thanks for the donation, Collide. I hope that resonated. Pretty powerful, potent messages coming through. And I heard as I'm closing out, pull one more from this Cozy Witch Tarot. So I'm going to do that too. Something that needs to come through. Ooh, we have the Empress. Yes, there's Miss Creator herself, Creatrix herself. There is beauty to be found in every experience. And again, she's very connected to nature. Look at all the flowers around her. So beautiful. But yeah, the Empress is about bringing forth those divine downloads and embodying them in the physical reality. She's the more physical embodiment, say, of the High Priestess. But she has High Priestess vibes because she's connected, because she is the divine feminine energy of the Magician card. She can manifest it in a physical reality, which is what we hope we can do here, because we are in a physical reality. So it does help when we can manifest things into the physical. Very cool. And I see a lot of this with your creativity. So you're manifesting a thought or an idea, and you're grounding it into reality by creating it into a song, or the way you dress, the way you express yourself, the way you just carry yourself in this world, the way you decorate your home. I mean, these are all expressions of you, very creative expressions of you. Right. Very cool. Cool message. Yeah, but just know you definitely are very connected and only going to feel that connection or that bond deepen with your own spirit to feel even more connected as time goes on. You're so welcome. Absolutely. All right. Versha, we have hit or reach. I was trying to say hit and reach at the same time. Reached. Okay. We have reached the portion of the live stream where we are doing your question, and I will timestamp this. It says, please timestamp. I know you're here, but I'll timestamp it anyway. Now I just need to remember to actually post these timestamps. So Versha, we're going to start at 2:54:46. Cool. Okay. Can we do the last question first that I donated in the last? Yes, we can do that. Thank you for letting me know. We will jump forward to that one. Okay. So a girl in the community tried to scare Kay, oh no, and bully her while visiting our home for dinner with her parents and grandparents. I had to invite her family as S wanted to. I was very upset when she left, when Kay told all about what all she said, plus the girl was lying in front of Tome, I'm not sure, after breaking stuff, and her mom was not saying a thing. I'm hearing matrix tricks. That's all I'm hearing as I'm reading this. So I did an energetic cleanse on my whole house, invoking the pure source energy, divine fire, my ancestors, and my inner light. Then the next day, I cleared all the unwanted energy coming in way of Kay's path ahead. I also asked her, my monad, our oversoul, to bring back fractals of Kay's spirit she lost over different timelines, lifetimes, dimensions, universe. Also declared that we both deserve the best going forward. Then said below, all fractals of Kashvi's soul are now restored. All distortions across time, space, and dimension are cleared. She is whole. She is safe. She is home. I allow the death to complete and then it cuts off the N, and then just says N. I think because if it gets long, it will cut off. And I know when I log into PayPal, it doesn't give me any more than this does. So, and sometimes it gives me a lot less than this question for whatever reason. So let's see. Let's just tune into that and just see what was going on. I'm already hearing matrix tricks. I'm already hearing too that what you did really helped. And that's something... just this almost pressure to entertain or have random people over. It does feel like a way that the Matrix is trying to get into your home because you do have it so locked down and like protected in ways that they just can't get in otherwise because you've got so much protection. Of course, when you pick up energies or entities or whatever that can kind of hitchhike into your home, but actually having these people come in and like they're starting to resonate in the space or vibrate in your space. I won't say they're resonating because a lot of them are not resonating, but that's why they're lashing out when they come into your space specifically. Or if these certain kids, look, as I'm reading this or tuning in, they're trying to call these spirits into your home, literally. Clear the fog. They're creating this almost energetic frequency fog to come into your home. And that's why... like S, again, Matrix working through S to invite this in. It's all like this network. I'm seeing like the black goo of these just Jinn energy here coming in. And it's almost like the same puppet master with lots of strings. So it's just like bringing all of this nefarious stuff in because you've got it so locked down. They have to send other people physically in. And when they've overloaded S's energy and they can't cram any more negativity into him to get into you, into your home, into your daughter, they'll send in reinforcements by way of other people. Even having those grandparents there, they were kind of placeholders of negative energy that's just oozing into your space is what I'm seeing. Even if they were perfectly lovely people. They had nothing to do, and it's not like this mom, the daughter, the grandparents, it's not like any of them had any like, ooh, let's get in there and you're going to go bully her and you're going to break things. And like, that was not even on their radar. It's just these entities inspiring thoughts for these people to come in and show up in these ways, hooking into their wounds and their traumas to get them to be used as puppets for these agendas. So again, this feels like a tendril of that same entity, but you did clear a significant amount. And yeah, it did cause a bit of a stir. But again, you're so powerful, it can't fully derail Kashvi, really make or break your guys' reality in any real way. But that's how these entities can work. It's the easiest and fastest and most common way they work is through animals, wild animals, people's pets, people's kids, people out there. But look, it's because you have power, a lot of it. And I'm seeing this as your power, Kashvi's power. Very powerful. And the actions you've taken have really created waves with the like hooks that they had into you, that they have to keep throwing spaghetti at a wall to see what will stick. Oh, let's see if they will. Let's see if she will invite people into her home. And then you felt almost like pressured into it. You probably didn't care to have these random people come over. But again, S is kind of, head of household. So working, like, we're having these people over, almost like a command or a statement rather than a, hey, can we have these people over? Or how do you feel about having these people over? Just assuming like we're doing it. But let's get into the tarot of it. Let's just see if there's anything you need to know about this that we don't already know. And of course, advice moving forward to clear it, because you've already cleared a lot of it, I'm seeing. Yeah, you've already taken very swift action on this. Look at this, 2 action cards, big time. So you've already tuned in that, okay, something's not right here. And then when Kashvi told you about it, of course, it probably caused anger in you. Like, very, what's the word? Rightly so. Let's just see if there's anything else you need to know about this scenario, this situation. Okay, yeah, it's like the decision was made, by your husband to bring these people in, but there's a decision you're making to say, okay, this is a very powerful declaration you can put. And I'm seeing you putting a black crystal. If you have some sort of doormat, somehow if you can hide it, or not like you're having to hide it, but set it between the doormat and the door. And if you have a doormat that says welcome, remove that yesterday. Get it out of there. Because that's just basically saying welcome. Whatever wants to come to your doorstep, you're welcoming it in. That's one little matrix trick that they have sold us, like have a welcome mat. They don't even call it a doormat half the time. They call it a welcome mat. But you can, if you're utilitarian and have one that says that and you want to get rid of it, or don't want to get rid of it, you can paint over it and just set the intention. No, I do not welcome anything that my spirit hasn't vetted out. It's in my highest alignment to come into this home. But you will find, Versha, even if you don't have that welcome mat, whatever, just setting a black crystal. I'm seeing obsidian specifically, but it could be shungite, whatever. And setting the intention, anything and anyone that has any ill will toward me, my daughter, my home, my family, my belongings, that's going to try to cross this threshold, that energy will be stifled and exited out of here immediately. So you may find once you do that, you place that and you set that intention, you write that declaration or declare that declaration, that these people will maybe be invited, but then, last minute they have to cancel because they are literally barred from entering your premises. Or even more to the point, being able to communicate with Kashvi at all. Maybe, her and this girl are supposed to be paired up for this project, but the girl can't now do it. And she gets paired up with someone who's more in her benefit. I'm seeing it's not just the home that's being protected, but you guys yourselves. Yes. Protecting your temple. And this is the thing is like, I don't, like as a person, like my sister barely even comes over. Like she lives in town here. I'm over at her house, like watching her dogs, feeding her chickens all the time. Not to say my sister's a bad person, but like no one, like I've got my house so warded down, locked and loaded that the only real person that comes over and comes into my house besides the people that live here is my mom. And she lives like 3.5 hours away. Like even my kids having friends over, like they just go to their houses a lot. Like, I don't have kids over. I don't have people over because there's just matrix tricks running out. And it's not to say that a friend can't come over from time to time. They do have, but there are people that I have vetted and vetted and vetted and vetted. Needless to say, I don't do any entertaining. So if entertaining's your thing, finding ways to make sure that the people coming into your home are with your highest intention. Yeah, protect your temple. Obsidian is the necklace I wear every day. It's an amazing crystal, Bersha. Yeah, it's one of the best. It's one of the best. And another one that you can pair up with obsidian or just use on its own. It was a pocket stone I wore for years. I don't even wear crystals anymore except this. Agni Manatite is what this one's called. And then, of course, my diamond and my pink sapphires that are in my wedding set here. These are the only crystals I've been wearing lately because I just haven't felt any need or call or pull to wear crystals. But when I do, sometimes I load myself down. I'll put them in my bra, put them in my pockets. But hematite is a really great crystal to wear if people are just wanting to start BS with you. And they can try to start it, but that hematite will finish it. Like, they will get barely very far and they're going to trip and fall on their face. Or, the teacher's going to catch them before Kashfi can even, whatever. Hematite is a really great reflector or rebuke stone to keep people from coming in that don't have any business near you. But if they are they say blood is thicker than water, hematite, hemoglobin, the iron in the hematite, I think, is what gives it the name. I'm not sure about that, but that's just what's coming through channeling. What I'm seeing with that is the people who have your back or that are blood or spirit sisters, brothers to you, can absolutely communicate with you when you're wearing hematite. But people looking, even that are your spirit brother or sister or your actual family, but they're looking to pick a fight with you. If you've got hematite on, not today, they're not picking a fight with you. It works like a charm. And if you can find a small tumbled stone of hematite and just keeping that in your purse, your car, your pocket, wherever it is that you most likely sit at home, keeping a hematite near there. I have my very specific place that I sit at the table. That's, if I'm going to sit down during the day, it's usually right there, or somewhere near my bed or something. But people don't usually, hopefully, come up to my room and start messing with me. Usually when I'm in my room, it's wind down time. We're all chill. It's fine. But yeah, if my kids want to start a fight or something, I'm let's get the hematite out. I probably need to put it out because they've been kind of amping up with the summer hangout boredom. Yeah. Let's see. I'm going to invoke the energies of this crystal tonight and station it around my home and at the front door, back door, and my garage till I can go out and get a physical one. Absolutely. Yeah. You don't even need to go out and buy anything. Just literally connecting to the energy of it and then infusing that with the original source creator and amplifying that up. Absolutely. Our intentions are everything. We literally create magic with our intentions. We just forget, create intentions with everything. It's like you're waving your magic wand all around. Because a lot of us will manifest almost unconsciously by saying, oh, I'm sick, I'm tired, I do this, I have that, but not in a good way. Usually we will almost cast spells on ourselves for negative stuff. I do it all the time. I catch myself oh, I'm getting a headache. And then there it comes. It's no. I will use all these energetically. I will add them to Kay's field and her energetic blood and mine too. Yes. I'll fuse it permanently with my energy, Kay's energy, and the home entrances. Yeah. And I know with Moldavite and there are some other stones that have been kind of infiltrated with negative energy, but I always will just clear anything that's negative or nefarious that's not of the original source creator from any kind of stone or supplement or whatever that I'm got in my energy field or adding to my energy field, and it helps immensely. All right, so that was that question. We went a little long on that, but that's okay. Let's see. Okay, next we have, so the big argument I had with S almost felt as if it was a very rude awakening for me. It made something die inside me, like a death card. It was like the tower and death together. It was heartbreaking and scary for Kay, and the fact that he kept saying that he is living only for his parents and nephews was fuel to say, oh, wow, in front of Kay. But just because Kay ran to the next door neighbor who is a cop, he suddenly calmed down and started asking me to cover up everything and that all of it happened due to me. Yeah. Projecting, gaslighting, passing the buck. Because no one can take responsibility for their actions, especially as a 40-plus-year-old adult, right? Can't have that. Anyway, sorry, that's me being very sarcastic. Suddenly calmed down and started asking me to cover up everything. Yeah, I read that part. Got the 10 of Cups and the 4 of Wands when I pulled my cards for myself. Yeah, you're not the problem. You're not that Taylor Swift song about I'm the problem, it's me. No, it's not. I was like, what? How did it impact me in 3D levels as well as spirit level? Thank you. Okay, so let's tune in. Yeah, again, it's him just not, he can't take any kind of responsibility for himself. He will try to take responsibility for his parents, nephews, all that, but like can't take responsibility for himself, his own wife, or his own daughter, it feels like. It's almost like he's pushing away a lot of the divine feminine unless it's his own mother, but not his wife, mother to his child. So let's see. There's your 10 of Cups again. But it's like, here's his energy coming in. Like he should be the stable, secure, like container through which your divine feminine energy can flow. But it's like you're having to be that for yourself. Let's just see anything Versha needs to know specifically about S or overcoming this. I just keep hearing he's projecting. Yeah, it's going to be a very slow process if it just stays as is with him. But it's not fully, like what I'm seeing is it's not impossible. It's not impossible because there's a shift or a change coming, but in time. So the clearing and the evoking case fractal did work. I got 6 weeks for her physical body to fully integrate. Yeah, I'm seeing absolutely this was green light go. It was effective. Yes, closing out those old cycles to start something new. And this actually effectively started really working and kicking off after your last trip you guys took. There was a big shift for closing out a lot of this just yucky, toxic energy back then. Let's pull some of these cards and see anything else Versha needs to know about just that argument with S, feeling like something died inside and just all of this. Wow. We have blow off some steam. I'm going to get a clarifier for this because I'm feeling like, oops, I don't want to cancel. I don't want to close anything, please. I don't want to screen record. Deny. Thank you. I don't know why it's trying to screen record. I must have pushed something. Yeah, we did interact with dolphins there. And yes. And dolphins have that blowhole thing, right? Or is that only whales? Oh my gosh. I don't know well enough to know. But it's like blowing off steam. Yes. Okay. Change of scenery. That was your trip. That was the travel. And the 12th. So something is solidifying on July 12th. Started sweating a lot since the fight. Okay. Literally you are, what's the word? Detoxing, purging that energy. It's very much, because steam is like, it's like water and air combined. It's like water and air. And sweat is like water with salt, with like earth. That seems very important for some reason. Salt, earth, water, air. Let's see. Anything Versha needs to know about all these messages coming through? Well, there's whales, not dolphins, but whales. I mean, I don't think there are any dolphins in this deck. Oh no, there's a happy card that has dolphins in this deck. But we were just talking about Voyage, the World card, change of scenery. Holy cow. Wow. And of course, I got that big full moon there, matrix controlling moon. I mean, using cuss words a lot, not sweating. Oh, that's funny. I get it. Swearing. Did I miss swearing? I read that as sweating. Oh my gosh. Maybe you're gonna be sweating. I mean, it is hot, probably down where you're at. But there's something about sweat and salt. It's so weird. I misread that swearing as sweating, but swearing almost feels like you're releasing that toxicity with your throat chakra. And look at all the blue. And think of it, when you're swearing, you're creating almost like a steam as well. Your breath creates a steam. Okay, cuss words a lot. I'm hot since the last 4 to 5 days. All right, let's see. I'm going to put all these cards back and see anything else you need to know, because I'm seeing pretty much what you've needed. Something did crack open. You felt like, oh, there was a death, the death in the tower. Okay, this card wants to come out. Well, that's leading you to something that's going to be thriving. And it's like you and your child. I see a third one back there, but I'm seeing this most like it's you and Kashfi, and then kind of maybe off in the distance is S's energy. But there's a distancing that this did create that will give you a chance to purify. And then, wow, okay. And then this one wanted to come out, freedom. Not that, you're leaving or he's leaving or whatever, but there's a sense of spiritual freedom that you're reaching here. Let's see. What else does Versha need to know about this whole, thing that just happened? It's like you get to decide what this means for you. And then we have the 47, which adds up to an 11. A version of me died as if the 44 years of everything. Yeah. Because there's a big shift to this new version where you are having more freedom, more thriving. And then it said celebrate you on the back. I just saw. It's like removing the mask. Like everyone else has a mask on except you. And then number 6 is about self-care, self-love, those salt baths you're taking. Salt every day. All right. Final message. Anything else Versha needs to know about this new version with the death card, the tower, but her getting the 10 of cups and the 4 of wands? Okay, it's about a shift in perspective. Again, where we focus, so attention goes, energy flows. And yeah, you're having to face the reality that he can come at you with these arguments and just saying the most nasty things to you. And it's like hard in that moment, specifically, to shift the focus to something light and bright and positive and unicorn farts and all the stuff. Let's get this advice for what you can do if another blow up happens that you're just like, what do I do? Okay, so I'm getting to, it's inevitable. It will happen at some point because this is the fighting card. But this is about you tuning into your spirit. I just heard, who says you have to fight? It's like I'm almost seeing you centering into your heart or anchoring into your heart, connecting to your spirit and saying, I do not consent to being yelled at, called names, or whatever it is he's doing. As long as he's not physically putting hands on you, it's like you can somehow transcend this. And I know when you're being yelled at, heart rate starts going, adrenaline starts pumping. Like, it's not easy to just zen out. And I'm sure that might even antagonize or get him even more angry if you're just like, what? Not that you'd literally do that, but like almost like you're just going into your heart. Because this is a literal attack on you when he does that. It's a literal attack. Even if he's not physically putting hands, it is an attack on you. Let's just see advice, wisdom, guidance for Versha during an attack like this. What can she do? What is her best advice? Wow. Drop it. Rise above. Transcend. Vibrate out of his reality. Drop the heaviness. And then we have here, see the light. And look, they're floating. They're flying. They don't even need the balloon anymore because they've gotten so far above it. And I know in the moment it's going to be super triggering and difficult. And I don't even know. I wouldn't even know if that could be possible. Like, that's never come through to me, is like, whilst you're getting yelled at, just to tune into your heart and almost like have this like wah, 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 wah outside of you. I would assume, just from my like logical thinking, that would trigger someone and they'd be like, hey, are you listening to me? Like, but I'm seeing somehow you are protected. And then we have the 333. See 3 and 33. Wow. For sure. Just as you started reading, he shouted at me, what are you doing down there? Come up and sleep. And wanted me to brush his hair. I said no and came downstairs. Yeah, it's like he's trying to literally tell you what to do, and you can do what he says by just complying with it, even though it goes against what you want, or you can do what he says. And this is about honoring what you want to do in that moment. And you not going up to brush his hair or go to sleep right now, that's not harming him. But the way he's reacting at you is harmful, and it's gross, and it's disrespectful, and it's all those things above. I mean, he may feel disrespected because you're not doing what he said, but you're not his puppet, you're not his slave, you're not his whatever. Any other advice? This is about ancestrals, this is about clearing, peeling, alchemizing, transmuting a lot of this trauma that this triggering is allowed to hook into. I had to ground my energy after the fight to normalize my nervous system. I even had bruises. I have stopped doing things to keep peace in the family. And it's almost like you're just, instead of trying to fight against or defend against what's physically going on, you're transcending it somehow. And I know that sounds so this advice probably would not come through for anyone else. I told him up front, nothing is working between us and there is nothing left, so I cannot act normal. And that's right. And it's because of what he said and done, and you're just unwilling to participate anymore. Until he can treat you like not only a human being, but like someone he's supposed to like care for and love in some way. Until he can do that, like, what do you want from me? Like, what? Yeah. So you're already, it's like you already have, it's like listen to the music and he's got his hand on his heart. Listen to that internal music. Like when all this noise and yelling is outside of you. Again, he may get triggered somehow, but I see you are so protected. Like even if you're throwing up your bubbles of protection around you and all of the, I'm seeing like the spiky ball. It's almost like you're putting that big metal like mace, the ball, like the ball and chain that's hooked with the spikes on it, like the mace, the weapon. But I'm seeing you putting yourself in the middle of that ball and having the spikes directed out to where, and again with the hematite, this is coming full circle. Hematite, wearing that hematite around him can definitely help because you're spreading the light. You're not falling victim to the darkness. And you're telling the truth. I'm not doing any more stuff to bring peace to the family because I'm not the one disrupting the peace of the family. So you're going to have to figure it out, bro. You're going to figure it out. And you're telling the truth. I can't act normal after what you said to me, what you did. How can I act normal? That would be me gaslighting myself. And I'm not going to do that anymore. If I ever have, but I'm not going to do it anymore. Yeah, it hurts so much that even she doesn't mean anything to him. His father, whereas his cousins are more dear to him. Yeah, and that's very telling. It has nothing to do with you and her or how you are as people or who you are. It's all him and him projecting. So if he basically stated in those breaths, I don't care about either of you. I only care about my other family and extended family. That tells you where you stand. I mean, you already felt it energetically where you stand with him. Now he admitted it out loud. And maybe you even speaking your truth. You admitted out loud, Kashfi and I, your own fruit of your loins, your own legacy doesn't even mean as much to you as your parents and your cousins and your nephews and all this. Like, I don't know what you want from me. You admitted that. Like, how do I come back from that? How do you come back from that? I don't. You don't, probably. Unless you really change your ways and change your tune. Meaning S, not you, but S. Yeah, his dad was like that and is like that all the way. He is carrying on the pattern. Yeah, and you're choosing left, right, and center to be breaking all these generational wounds and curses and traumas and baggage. And he doesn't even have the self-awareness to know that he's just his father 2.0. But you're going to be damned if you allow him to pass that on to Kashfi and her to then emulate that to her children and their children, and then down, down, down. And that's most likely why you guys were brought in to create this union, to create this legacy with her. But look, I see you overpowering that and her overpowering any of that past programming and conditioning and matrix control that he's put into her DNA through his DNA back, you're both breaking that cycle. And it's hard that you had to grow up like this, and worse probably, but still pretty bad, and then now have to live like this in your married life. So like my heart really goes out to you. And Kashfi's kind of getting some of this, but I don't see her wanting to pass this on to her kids at all. So let's go into the next question. 2. So there was a message that came out while I was reading for myself that I have to accept that I am afraid to I have to accept what I am afraid to acknowledge. So I would like clarity on what it is. What is it? Okay, let's tune in. So what is it that this reading uncovered that Versha is unable or unwilling to accept? Ooh, it's about moving on, moving away from something that is hindering or harming you. Let me just make sure I read that correctly. Yeah. What I'm afraid to acknowledge. The truth. I'm hearing the truth. So long term, especially if he stays as no spirit swap happens, because it hasn't happened yet. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. It still feels like it's on time to happen. But as things are, you can't continue like in this connection. And the truth would be to have to start all over or go your own direction. Wow. And there's your 4 of Wands that you got with that 10 of Cups that you got in the other reading that you got in a different reading. But this is almost like the truth to acknowledge something about the home life, something about stability and security, or creating that for yourself or having that go on in the home. But also the precariousness of, do I stay? Do I go? Do I stay? Do I go? Do I stay? Do I go? Like, it's almost like you feel, again, you had that freedom card in this deck in the last reading. It's like this sense of freedom is totally washed away. It's almost like, well, I'm just stuck with this scenario and it's just going to play on repeat until I can break the cycle. How do I break the cycle? So how does Versha break the cycle and acknowledge the truth? This is about, wow, really break these 2 down, 2 travel cards. So it's almost like the best thing you can do for your connection or just your life in general is to do some sort of adventure or traveling when you can. It's all over again. It will have me go back to India. Yeah, and that's the crazy thing here is, what if, just entertaining a thought, what if that was your best path forward? Because living the life you live with the person that is constantly creating all of this trauma and drama definitely isn't benefiting you. But let's just see what is in Versha's best interest as far as staying in this connection or not. It's like this connection is just bringing up more fighting. Like it's just repeated. Because he's unwilling to change the cycle, but you are willing. So it's almost like you don't have to run away to get away from this cycle. You can rise above it or elevate it to where he's going to have to meet you where you're at, or he's going to have to vibrate right out of your life somehow. But I don't see you having to lose everything you have and the place that you're at to be able to do this. That's what's really weird here. So it's almost like either the spirit swap happens and you get a way better version of himself that is willing to heal. Because we've seen glimpses, through the, what you've shared with us here and stuff. We've seen glimpses of him wanting to do some healing, wanting to do better, but just not knowing how, or feeling maybe powerless to even know what direction to turn. So there is this spark within him that is willing, but at the same time, that spark is so tired of all the other crap that's been laid on this spirit here. Well, it's not laid on the spirit specifically, but as the soul container of this spirit in this 3D reality, his spirit, the spark of true spirit that's in him, is so tired and just so done with this 3D reality and all the bullshit and trauma that he has, that it's ready for this swap to happen. But let's just see that this swap, let's put these back. Let's just see that this swap is still on track to happen. Yeah, it's all over again. I will have, with whom to go back to, plus how will it benefit K? That country is not the best for K in terms, yeah, absolutely. And I don't see that it's going to have to come to that. That's what's really good about all this, is it's not going to have to come to that. So either the swap happens and you get a better version of him so you can move forward, or somehow, some way, if the connection dissolves and you go separate ways, you're still able to stay where you're at, or, at least in the US somehow, because I don't see that you have to return. I don't see that you or Kashfi have to return unless you choose to, but I don't see that you're choosing that either. But let's just see about this swap, because I think that's what this hinging on, is this swap happening, and a lot of these big traumatic issues go by the wayside. There it is. There it is. And this came forward with that 10 of Cups, right, earlier, as that greater version of him is available. It's just about timing. So there's a timing issue here. And I'm seeing September. And I know we were kind of tuning October, November. But it's almost like somehow the timeline is being sped up, because I'm really seeing harvest. I'm getting again with the lighting here. Let me see if I can open this window and, oh yes, it's behind the mountain. But I don't know that it's definitely really dark out there, but we'll just do this. This will put a little mood lighting. Okay, now we can see a little better. To see the harvest, it's giving fall vibes. But fall technically starts September 21st-ish, 20th, 21st, 23rd, somewhere in there. And then lands somewhere in November, or no, December 21st. 20th, 21st, I think, is the beginning of winter. But there's something you're seeing that's shifting. I don't see the swap specifically happening at this time, but there's a shift that's letting you know it's on its way. And I'm seeing like a yo-yo in my mind's eye as far as timelines and timing. So it's not like set in stone that it has to happen this time, that time, this time, that time. Yeah, and it went from December to next year, November, and then earlier it was July to August. That's right. That's right. Let's see what's going on with the yo-yo of the timing. What is this yo-yo with the timing? Well, we have the higher octave of the Queen of Pentacles, as I call the Empress, or the Queen of Pentacles is the lower octave of the Empress, is what I usually say. And then so it's like you've elevated beyond what he's got going on. And even when the swap happens, you're still more evolved than the spirit coming in as far as having your spiritual crap together. But at least this one's willing to learn. This next one will be willing to learn, willing to put that effort in, willing to, put some effort in. Where it's like if you spelled it all out and made it easy for him as who he is now, he'd probably put that effort in. But it's not going to happen. Like as who he is now. He's just way too set and doesn't see any light at the end of the tunnel as far as him changing himself. Let me go to this deck and just see about the swap. Anything else Versha needs to know about the timing of this swap or the changes that'll happen after? Okay, yes, it's happening. And it's going to brighten the relationship big time. He's going to be more giving, more thoughtful. Maybe even take back words that this version of him said, because he will care more. He absolutely will care more than this version does. But let's see. Anything else Versha needs to know about after the swap? He's going to give more. What I was just saying, literally, like, yeah. More giving, more forthcoming. We did in the coming spirit is more feminine. Yeah, and I can totally see that. Definitely more in tune with the emotional side. Absolutely. I feel it's from the golden age when I was the divine masculine. I'm not even worried about it. I'm so broken from inside that I don't want to wait for the swap. Right. Let's just see any anything that needs to come through in the meantime. Because we've got to give you something as far as hope or something to hang on to in the meantime. Because that could, if it happens as late as next November or later or whatever, like, it should have happened already, like, as far as you just being over this situation. But let's just see any advice or wisdom for Versha in the meantime before the swap happens. Guidance, advice, wisdom. Ooh. Action and gateway. And Derpy Unicorn. This is probably my favorite card I own because he's so derpy. He's just so badly 3D rendered, but he's so cute. So to me, this is really saying that there's an energetic gateway where you're able to take actions that are protective, that are not as traumatic as they could be. And I'm seeing you setting intentions, writing declarations, having your crystals, anything that gives you any sense of hope, cling to that. My only hope is to peel myself so much more that I become the peace inside the storm. Yes, and to ripple it to Kay so that she becomes calm and full of joy. Yeah, and she already is calm and full of joy. It's just all the stuff that's been overlaid onto her that's causing the chaos and the sadness and the let me run to the neighbor because my dad's freaking out. Let's see. Advice and wisdom. Take no offense. And look, she's just moving on without him. It's like he's trying to offer her the hanky. And she's like, too late there. So in the meantime, he may even try to, say, oh, well, we could go do this, or like try to appease you in some way that really has nothing to do with anything. And you're kind of just like, too little, too late, like in your own bubble. Not in a way where you're trying to repel him, but you're just trying to connect with your own spirit and vibe so high that it's like his actions can't really touch you. And that's the thing is, yeah, start anew and just laugh is what's coming through. It's just like, make your own joy. Find your own happiness. Like, clown world. I was onto something and then I stopped saying it. Well, basically, it's almost like it was a good point, and then I distracted myself and didn't go back. It was basically about you just, again, almost making the fact that he's there irrelevant. I mean, you're still maybe communicating, and if he says, "Oh, I would like this for dinner," maybe you're still doing that, whatever. But you're not going above and beyond because he hasn't earned that. He's told you exactly where you and your daughter stand with him. So why would you go above and beyond for him? But at the same time, it's like you are filling your own cup, fulfilling your own role and mission. And it's somehow, some way negating or neutralizing any negativity he could come to. Oh, that's what I was going to say. So when you have someone who's on a spiritual path and someone who's like almost averse to a spiritual path, and you're living in the same home and you're in a romantic connection, one of you is vibing up, one of you is just staying the same, but there's still a distance, a chasm, a Grand Canyon being formed between you, energetically speaking. Maybe not physically, maybe not emotionally, maybe not mentally, but energetically and spiritually speaking, there's a chasm. He feels it. You definitely know about it and feel it. He may not know how to put it into words, but he can definitely feel it. And it angers him, I'm sure. And that's when he wants to lash out. We put these cards back and just see if there's anything he's going to do that's going to try to affect you coming up as far as anything negative. Okay, so there's something with work that he's going to project onto you. He's going to be angry with something going on at work, and then he's going to try to take it out on you. But how is it going to affect Versha? You're planning ahead for it, so it's almost like you are preemptively prepped for the next attack is what it feels like. And again, I don't see him putting hands on you. It's just very verbal words, yelling. Yeah, trying to exert his authority. But this card keeps coming out to try to represent him and also that aspect. Oh, okay. So it's almost like that spirit that's coming in for the swap is already in connection with him. It's already in his energy field and trying to acclimate itself to the very hostile environment. That's why the yo-yo with the timeline. Because I just heard egregore, which if you don't know what egregore is, oh, I have chills. Woo. Okay. So if you don't know what an egregore is, it's something that people give so much attention to. It doesn't have a spirit, but people give so much power and attention to it that it almost becomes sentient or has a will about it. But once you pull your power back from it, the egregore can't exist anymore. It's like I'm seeing like a puppet with strings. It's like the 4th or 5th time this live stream I've seen a puppet with strings. But it's like, you're the power, but they've taken your power to pull the strings of its own animation or egregore. But when you pull your power back, it's like the strings, the things connected to the strings, and the puppet itself just falls down, and it's lifeless. There's nothing to it. It evaporates. It can't exist anymore once you pull your power back from it. So you may be assisting this other spirit coming in with, stick with it and get, wow, I love this. You're assisting this other spirit coming in to allow the other one to let go. You stick with it. You keep climbing that almost insurmountable seeming mountain and allow him to, again, there's 2 of them here, to get over himself, to allow this new beginning to happen, this new spirit to come in. Because he's going to start feeling this more compassionate version coming in, not virgin, but version coming in, version of himself, a new spirit that's, the old one's going to take leave and go do some major resting and healing, peeling, whatever we want to call it. So he's going to start feeling almost this yo-yo energy within his own energy field. So it almost may feel like he's hot, then he's cold. He's nice, then he's really mean. Just like at the snap of a finger. And he can even go from really mean to nice, like in minutes. And that's going to be your ticket. That's going to be your sign that, okay, I can really sense this new energy, because he's going to start to feel guilty by his actions. I feel December too. And it may be right. Oh, yes, clarity. I have chills. Oh my God. Because he's going to feel this almost dualistic nature of the spirit that's here. Not that it's the spirit itself that's the negative energy, but it's the spirit that's, again, puppeted by all of this egregore energy, because the spirit gave the energy to the egregore that is now trying to control the spirit. And it's almost like this vicious cycle of, I don't know, I have power. I forgot I have power. But it had power enough to send out that signal that I can't do this anymore. And these 2 spirits that live in my house with me need me here physically and mentally and emotionally and spiritually. They need me here, but I can't do it anymore. Someone else has to. It's like putting out the bat signal. Another spirit needs to come in, because I can't do this anymore. Woo! So there's your clarity. This may happen around right before the solstice, which is December 20th, 21st, somewhere in there. Let's just get, we've got pretty good confirmation, but let's just see if we can get confirmation. Anything else Bearsha needs to know about this swap happening this calendar year? There's your yes. He's holding the Ace of Wands, and I have chills again. And this is child energy here. This feels like there's something Kashvi is doing to also call this in. Not with her human aspect, but her spirit is like, nah, I didn't sign up for this level of trauma from this father figure, so we're calling this new one in. I do not consent to this anymore. And you as the wife can also call this in. So I know it's a yo-yo, the change in behavior. It will start around his birthday. Yeah, I feel it. The solar return, because it's like, solar return is a big time for okay, what's next? And of course, the spirit that's already here right now is like, I don't want what's next. I want out of here 2 years ago. Get me out. Maybe not in those uncertain terms, but he's ready to go. So it feels like after the solar return, there's a major elevation. Yes. And again, the child energy and the father energy. There may even be some health issues with his father. I know your father was having some health issues, but this is feeling like his father. Something to do with his father, or a surprise. His father calling with some surprise news that's letting you know there's something very close at hand with this swap. So him going hot and then cold and then hot again. And then
Cold.
hi. And as we're talking about the child, my child comes in. You should be in bed. It's almost 10 o'clock.
Okay.
You don't care?
Yeah.
Okay, he
That's
doesn't
not my
care.
fault.
It's not his fault. Out of the mouths of babes, as we say. Okay, she is so much into it. I will do a declaration start stating we are here to anchor and help the new spirit coming in. Yeah.
What's happening?
Just be that assistant.
What's happening?
Just click it back on there. Well, the little cover, the veil that kind of dims the light on my ring light fell off when he walked past it and he put it back on. So he assisted with something here.
What's happening? Am I doing good already?
Keep a close eye on it. So Kay's birthday is in October after his birthday. Then his father's birthday. Okay. Again, something with the child. Okay, so something with Kashfi's energy. Yes, Wrigley's gonna pick one. The child has spoken. Pick two.
What's happening right now? Tell me a story.
It's too hard. It's too long and convoluted. You can
just make it short, really quick.
So there's a negative spirit in their house that they're looking to get out. Okay. And next, pick one more. That's the shortest way I could put it. Ah! Yes, Wrigley. There's your 10 of cups, and then there's the temperance. Spirit intervening. Spirit intervention for a happy home.
I pulled that one first. Actually.
Emotional connection.
No, I pulled that one first.
Okay, spirit intervention. And I want to say we got this card when we were asking about the swap that other time. The first
What
time.
time is it? Oh, 9:45.
Is it Boston in bed?
3 hours? Yeah.
Almost 4 hours we've been live. She said hi to you, and she said you're so cute.
Huh?
Huh? You're so cute. All right. Let's see anything else. Just closing this out. Anything else Versha needs to know about everything we've tuned into? Pick a card, any card.
Why not the gold ones? I like those ones better.
Yeah. Well, you can pick one more gold one, too. Right.
The order is this one first.
Okay.
And then the gold one. Bro.
Okay, so you get 3, because the Queen of Pentacles came out as well.
I'm going to pick a really good one.
Okay, pick a really good one. Really good. Super good.
Okay, this one first.
Okay, first we have slippery energy. It fell. But we have embracing. Okay, so I'm seeing you embracing the fact that this is happening, but also allowing the physical vessel to embrace this new spirit. And so we have 2 queens. Okay, look at this.
Wait, did I do good? Was my pick
Again,
good?
the more feminine energy coming in, and I'm really reading this, Versha, as your energy. Yeah, you did really good. This is your energy helping to anchor it in, and then the more divine feminine of this new spirit coming in is going to allow, yeah, there may be some struggle to embrace this new energy, but it will happen. And let's get a closing argument, closing statement. Put all these back in. Okay. Anything else about all of this? Trying to spread out as many cards as I can, fan them out. What's it say?
Give more.
Give more. Okay. Again, we got this when we were tuning into the more feminine aspect of a more giving aspect of a spirit coming in. Yeah, grounded in your own spirit and light. Oh, don't worry about keeping me here 4 hours. All these cards are the ones I got my own reading. Well, this just lets you know you're very tuned in. You already know what's going on. Of course, you want it to happen like already, but it's gonna happen. It will. It really will. Scheduled a session with Carrie Kay's facilitator for next week. Well, I'm really hoping that you will be able to get some guidance, clarity, and just peace, I guess, between now and then.
Who's Mary Poppins?
Mary Poppins, lovely listening to your reads. Angel, very blessed. Aw, thank you, Mary Poppins. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Who's Mary Poppins?
Like the person here or the movie person?
Like both.
It's a person in my chat. You can say hi.
But like,
it's a movie. It's a character.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, July 12th, something will happen. Let's just see what that is, because that did come up randomly. Something's shifting. I just heard that.
Oh, can I do it?
Yeah, Wrigley's gonna pick 2 cards for July 12th. What's happening July 12th? A shift of some kind.
Oh,
It's
it's the gold
so
ones.
hot
These
in this room. Pick one more.
This one first.
Okay, shift is happening. So something that's heartbreaking. What is
We
it?
got the 2 queens.
Third queen. Ooh, king. Okay. Okay, so there is something heartbreaking, but I'm hearing it's on the mend. That's what I'm hearing. And we have the king. So something probably heartbreaking, most likely something that he's saying or doing that's like, okay, again, what's going on? It feels like words,
Oh, look
but
at
I'm not reading this. It's interesting because he's coming up as the king of pentacles. What?
the chat.
A spoonful of medicine is, oh, lets the medicine go down. Right. Oh, your father. Yes. Okay. So something heartbreaking, but I'm hearing on the mend.
Did I do good?
Yes. Let's just see.
Tapping another.
Yeah. Anything else Versha needs to know about potentially her father, heartbreaking, on the mend, July 12th.
What happened about her father?
He's kind of not doing very well. Like, sick.
Oh.
What's this?
8 of Pentacles.
Okay. Hard work. So it doesn't feel like a death, but there may be some. Okay. So this could be something you are actually doing just for your own peeling journey, as we call it, that is allowing you to put in some effort or work with healing. What was it? On the mend, mending your heart from pain from your father, because the original father wound, at least in this incarnation, we'll just, leave out all past lives and karmas and all the fun crap we got to carry around. Just looking solidly at this life, the fact that your own father set the stage as the romantic, the masculine container for your romantic relationship. And it was a really toxic container. So it's almost like you're healing a part of the father wound. Yeah, more wounds, more rounds. Yeah. But again, this is just more effort, more work. And it's just you allowing this to slough off, transmute, and alchemize. It's not like you're having to go in and specifically do all this work, because the divine feminine can just set that intention to heal and then feel into the heart space, the womb space, to heal, to peel. Really, we're not healing anything. We're just allowing whatever is not us to flow away, to fall away. Okay, and one more from this deck.
Can I do it?
Yes. Woo! It's a whole cluster.
Oh, wow.
We'll read these, but we'll put them back and let Wrigley also.
1, 2.
Okay. We have openness, and again, we have that matrix moon hanging out. But this is about you being open to your power. Again, you're overpowering the matrix construct or the moon.
And final one.
And the final one is there's a bit of patience here. So June 12th, it may not be that something, again, a shift has been started. You may not say calendar day, June 12th, I can point to this exact thing that happened. There may be some signs pointing to that day, or, maybe your dad is on your mind that day, or something about your father. It very much is masculine energy here. I've been thinking about it a lot lately, how it triggered my autoimmune in my mom, how I became her survival mechanism for her strength, and how I could not help her in the end of her days. Oh, yeah.
Remember how we got 2 queens?
Yeah. Okay.
2 kings.
Okay. So it's definitely about your father and maybe some communication. And maybe you are writing a letter to him, not that you're sending it, or maybe you're literally speaking it out loud. Again, not to him, but for your own cathartic healing or peeling or heart on the mend, mending what happened by speaking your truth. All right, and last card, here we go. Anything else Versha needs to know about this date?
Oh.
Last card.
This one. Wait, can I do this one too?
Okay, 2 cards. Okay, Clean up your mess and stick
No,
with
this was first.
Okay. So, again, we're kind of just talking about healing, peeling, whatever. So you're allowing things to clear and you're sticking with it. Very green energy here, very heart-centered.
That's what I noticed.
Yeah, lots of green. Oh, and we have the number 44. You had mentioned, 44 years. There's been like a death.
Plus 4
of the first 44
8.
years. And then 37.
Remember
3 plus 7 is 1. 10. New beginning.
Remember earlier you were like, when you pulled like 42, you said like it equals 6. Well, 4 plus 4 equals 8.
Mm-hmm. But 4 plus 2 equals 6. Oh, yeah. 4 plus 4 is 8. It's about taking action. It's about manifesting.
8 plus 8 is 16.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 16 is 32.
Cool. You're smart.
Plus 32 is 64.
Looks like this is a private message. Hope you find peace with your reading. Wish you many blessings. Aw. So sweet. My heart is clearing out of the grief of the last 44 years. I'm seeing a lot of 888 and 88 today. Yeah. Very cool. Well, I guess we will leave it at that.
Are you ending it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna end it at 4 hours.
Well, we're right there.
Well, I need to do my story.
No, it's too hot in here anymore. I need to open the window.
No, I need to do my story. Like, oh, where's that one deck?
I don't know. It's all right.
No,
maybe
I
next
know where
time.
it is.
It's right here.
Oh, all right.
All right. Tell your story. 3 cards only.
4.
I said 3.
4.
I'll bring it down to 2.
4, please.
No, we're doing.
I said please, so I get to pick 4.
No, we're doing 3, or you're not coming on my live stream anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, pick 3. Any 3.
This one.
1.
No, this one.
2.
And this one.
3. Oh, I get tired.
Clouds.
Clouds. Okay.
Hey, it's my story.
Okay, tell your story.
So,
Clouds. I don't know who this is for. Who is this for? Everybody?
it's for
Anybody?
like everybody, like last time.
Okay, collective message if you're listening. 5 people are here.
Clouds.
Okay.
There's gonna be clouds. There's gonna be clouds.
Okay. But what did the clouds card say? That might give you some clues as to what you can say.
Ooh, there's gonna be a problem with a woman,
Okay.
and she's gonna have a problem with her ears,
Good news.
and she is gonna
Can I see that?
fix her
She's
ears.
going to fix her ears.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the clouds represents the temporary problems, because clouds are constantly shifting and moving and never static. A woman, dealings in a relationship with a woman. This could be yourself if you are a woman.
I'm a
and then
woman.
good news. And as he was reading these, before I knew what this card here was, I was getting a ringing in my left ear, which is the feminine side, female. And then clouds kind of reminded me of Versha's thing earlier about the whale in the clouds. Yes. So this feels
Did I do good?
Yeah, you did really good. This feels very much like a message for Versha, but if anyone else wants to claim this or this resonates, you may be getting some good news about something you thought was a problem, but you're realizing now through a woman, maybe your own realization if you are a woman or a woman in your life is letting you know some good news, that something you thought was a problem actually is not a problem, and there's good news coming in. So free little collective message at almost 4 hours into our live stream.
Look what Mary Poppins said.
Yep. She said, "Well done, little man."
I'm good at this stuff.
Yay. All right, you guys. Well, she said, "Thanks, Wrigley." Can you say you're welcome?
Yeah.
Yeah. You look like you have horns when you sit. Agreed?
Oh, wait.
There you go. That's funny. All right, you guys. Well, thanks for hanging out with us. We're almost 4 hours in. It's probably time to wrap this up. But I will be back Friday. Wrigley's been sleeping in. He is normally, we used to say, we call him Worm. We still do. But we'd call Boston Early Bird, and Wrigley's the Worm. So, because they both just want to get up super early all the time. So, he's been sleeping until like 11, noon. Like, who is this guy? I don't know who this guy is. And normally he does not stay up this late. So who knows what tomorrow is going to bring. But Friday, I will be live at 11 a.m. Mountain Time.
Can I? Wait. What time?
11 a.m.
I need help with the alarm clock.
Alarm clock? How about I just wake you up and get you breakfast? Same for Kay. Well,
gotta scream it.
I think they're growing. I mean, Boston hasn't been getting up late because he has to get up early because he's in this like workout conditioning class at 7:30 every morning, Monday through Thursday, and he's golfing and doing all these other things during the day too. So he's been going to bed earlier and getting up early. But this one, he's going to bed at least I guess when Boston does, but during school year he cannot do that.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, you weren't here earlier, Mary Poppins. We did do the Divine Destiny Oracle.
Look, it's almost 4 hours.
Destiny Oracle? I can't remember.
4 hours. Almost.
All right, let's get you a message before we go.
Mountain Time.
Oh,
can
right.
I do it?
Yeah, but you're going to get this one. Not only are you the creation, you are also the creator. And the number 5. So there might be some changes you're creatively feeling guided to take in your life that will, what?
Nothing.
Did you pull it?
No. You gotta put it
All
out
right.
for me so I can.
All right, I gotta pull these out for him. But yeah, you may be feeling divinely inspired to make a change, a creative change in your life. And if you're not inspired, sometimes just getting started with something, an idea, you'd gain inspiration as you go. And then
it's time to heal.
So it says you're not only the creation, but the creator. And there's changes coming. And then the 42, that adds up to a 6. Time to heal. This is about self-care, self-love, very divine feminine energy, but also 5s have this like sense of adventure because when we're, changing, we're growing, we're evolving, there's a sense of adventure about it.
Hey, you
so
want this?
There may be, yeah, I do want that eventually. Not right now.
I saw it.
There may be this healing journey you're taking, or even if it's like a little day trip or something, there's some self-care. Definitely self-care in the cards for you. If you've already been doing self-care, great job. If not, just amp that up a little bit because it's going to really benefit you. I'm really being drawn to the hand here. She's holding, I think, a paintbrush or something, or whatever this thing is, the stem of this flower.
Let me see it.
But I'm seeing like the nails. And I got an actual download, years ago at this point. I used to paint my nails, especially when I do pick-a cards, because you would only just see my hands in the video usually. And I kept painting my nails, but then I'm like, I got this download to stop doing that because the toxins in the polish were actually blocking, because our hands create energy vortexes that extend from the heart portal.
Or can I pick another one?
And it really distorts or interferes with our healing ability with our hands. And just, you can usually feel, if you can feel like kind of a vibrating or a pulsing in your hands, or even if you just kind of rub them together or clap, and then just feel this like energy ball between your hands. Your hands are vortexes that are extensions of the heart portal. So I got the download, don't paint my nails. I'm sure there are friendly, what do you call them? Nail polishes that aren't so toxic. But I don't do anything to my nails except just wash them in the shower.
How will you show?
I do file and cut them as needed, but
show your other hand.
Yeah, my other one's missing part of my finger. But I'm getting a download for you specifically about just maintaining your hands. Like maybe you're making sure they're not dry or whatever. If you don't put nail polish on, you're just making sure your nails look nice. You're digging all the plant soil like I have to do. I have to dig plant soil out of my cracks of my fingernails all the time because I'm constantly like, does this one need water? Does this one need water? Does this one need water? Oh, your eczema's back. Yeah. Oh, that's hard. Eczema's a hard one.
What's that again?
It's like what Colin has.
Huh?
You know how Colin's got like patchy, scratchy skin and like he's got some discoloration to his skin and it kind of peels off.
Yeah.
Yeah. His friend has eczema pretty bad at times. It flares up on fingers. Yeah. But I'm seeing, fingernails. It's like what babies, forming fingernails in the womb. There's something about that coming through too. But it's they're more important than we've been told. And why do you think there's such a push to always get your nails did, like with these really toxic things that they're like, people are getting like burns when they do gel nails, and just the toxins that are in it. You got to think that much like our skin, our nails have to be semi-breathable or like absorb what's on it. There's a major important message for Mary Poppins here about nails, but specifically about your own healing energy coming through your hands. I get sensation always, though, my hands. Don't put anything on my nails. That's good. That's good. So you're already halfway there as far as just keeping that energy flowing. That's good. But yeah, just maybe you are taking good care of your hands. I don't know. Creating something with your hands, because you are the creator. Remember, that was the other card you got.
Hey, can I pick another one?
We're all done. We're
No,
4
just
hours.
one.
We're 4:04.
Look. This is the skull. Remember my story earlier?
Yeah. Ear goes on a skull, kind of.
So, like, she did surgery.
She did surgery.
And they removed her ear.
Ow.
Her ear came with her skull.
You kind of need a skull to survive.
No, you don't.
Kind of do.
You can just put cardboard in there.
Healer. Yes. Love it. All right, you guys. Well, that's going to do it for us. Thank you again so much for all those likes, comments, shares, subscribes, donations, and all the things. And I'll really, really, truly do hope to see each and every one of you right back here at Harmony Portal Tarot Live on Friday at 11 a.m. Mountain Time. We'll be live again. I think we're going to dive into just like a collective message for everybody. And then next Wednesday, we'll have our regularly scheduled 6 p.m. Woo Wednesday. So those are the next 2 live streams coming up very soon. And I plan to do some fun things. Maybe we'll do some Astro Dice. We'll do a collective message. Maybe we'll do a reading giveaway. All the fun things coming up on Friday, maybe Wednesday. I mean, we'll play it by ear. We'll see what happens. All right, you guys, already did my outro. So peace, much love, and I will see you next time. Bye. End. Bye.